here to do some awesome monster hunting. Nothing says Monday like monsters, right? Right? Alright, so we're in it to win it. And we got our peeps waiting for us over here. And would you stop that? So we got a lot of work to do today. And actually, where we left off last time, we had queued up one of our urgent quests to end our Hunter Rank 2 to get Hunter Rank 3. We have a Rampage urgent, actually, and I don't even know how these work yet. I have not done one. This will be the first time. Oh, we need to make sure. Sorry, I just realized I need to make sure my alerts are on top there. Otherwise, they're not going to do us much good, are they? All right. Good stuff, bees. All right, now let's see what's up with... Gotta find our peeps. Hopefully we'll be joined by more later. I think Droob is on now. Let's find out. Alright. First things first, it would behoove us to hop online. That's what our Sunry the mailman's for. Alright. Oh yeah, we have Hunter Connect now. Noob Looters Inc. returns. We're live. It's great. Oh shit! Marble Dice is in here. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Yeah, hopefully we'll have a Wanyan too. Oh my god, they have a freaking hunt up and everything. Oh wait, or maybe not. Hey, welcome Nocturne. How you doing, bud? Good timing. I just walked in. And it seems that Marble Dice and Droob have already beaten me. Oh, Carver, yes please, always. Dango Booster. Temporary increased attack and defense. Oh, okay, so this is like at the beginning. And then it will go away pretty early on in the hunt. Looks like that's what that's about. Medic is only from items, unfortunately. If it were from healing in general, I would want to use it. Because of my horn. Though, granted, I'm not using a horn that heals right now, but still, in general, that would be really cool. Let's see, immunizer. Moxie. Moxie is a get out of jail free card. It'll prevent you from fainting once. If you take enough damage to get killed, like, you'll have almost no life, but you'll survive. Oh boy, here I go eating dango again. Yeah, that's for sure. I finally got to actually see the cutscenes with the music. I haven't gotten to play very much since the last stream, but I did a little bit. So I got to catch up on some of the animations a little that I'd missed out on. wrong button. There we go. Much excite. How dare Marble dies? I think I already got all of my. I finally made an item set. Of course, it's not anything to write home about. It's just me being like, oh, here's a. I'll put this up a little bit. Actually, there we go. That's better. Even a little less room taken up, and without changing how much of me you can see at all. But yeah, it's like super. What do I got? Some potions, mega potions, antidote, bomb, dun bomb, food, rations, right? Nothing fancy. And I've already done all the upgrading that I can do for the moment with what I have. Oh, hey, there's a marble dice. Oh, shoot, no wonder I couldn't hear you. I think I screwed... Oh, I know what happened. Sorry, just a second, hold on. I'm having, a Steam issue. Steam has been being a... Or not Steam, sorry, Discord. Discord's been being a punk. And you, my friend, are coming out of the wrong speaker.
Well, alright, how about now?
Yeah, now I'm good. Got it.
Alright.
How you doing?
Pretty good. Manage equipment loadouts. I want to get some horn buff. You have attack up on that horn, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have intel on Droob?
He was online. He is online.
He's in the lobby. He's
Yeah.
just on some kind of village quest.
Okay, I wondered. Yeah, because when I popped in, you both had one up, and I thought you were on the same one initially. Hey, Savvy, welcome. And I was like, oh, hey, oh, wow, they're both already on. Cool. So I just jumped in immediately. And then I didn't realize you were talking to me for a second, because,
well, we could just do something while we're waiting for him.
Sure, why not?
You're at your urgent, right?
I am.
So, we could probably do that with the two of us. It would probably be easier if we waited for Drew.
I would rather wait for Drew. I don't know that he's even done it, actually, has he?
Oh, wait. No, we're all HR2. So, yeah, I guess we are all on the same urgent. I was thinking of the Rampage quest. Did you say you have or have not done Rampage?
I have not done a Rampage.
Why don't we do a Rampage?
Sweet, okay, cool. Yeah, for some reason I got it crossed, and I thought that the urgent quest was the Rampage quest.
Yes, you said something to that effect, and then I just kind of also assumed that was the case because it sounded close enough to Drew to believe.
Well, I'm glad I wasn't totally off the mark then.
So we don't really understand what's going on with these too much so far, but Drew and I's experience with these was, it's basically tower defense. You can place installations like ballista and cannon that your hunter can use. You also have some automatically operated installations that are run by villagers. The auto installations, I can't tell, but it seems like they might be garbage. I'm not sure.
Huh.
Certainly it seems like if you are operating the installations, that is what's necessary to win. And then basically it's a monster rush. There's gonna be 3 different types of monsters that show up. Monsters with a red icon, red fangs, are just aggressors that are there to be annoyances and get in your way.
Mm-hmm.
There are green flyer icons, looks like green spitballs or something. They're just there to fly around and be annoyances and get in your way. And then there are blue siege monsters, which is like a blue broken wall icon.
And they want to break our shit.
Yeah, they run straight for the walls and break your walls and make you lose the quest. So
okay.
If there's a blue monster up, that's your #1 priority.
That is easy to remember. Blue bad.
And then, yeah, different installations, you can play around with them. You start out with ballista, and then you get cannons pretty quick. And then, in our experience, it seems like ballista are just the best.
Okay.
Because you get a crag shot that lets you KO monsters if you hit them in the face. And then you get a, what's it called? it's like a retreating shot or something like that, which sounds like it's an ability that will make you dismount the ballista, but actually it's a sonic round that makes the monsters flinch backwards.
Oh, cool.
So those are key to victory.
Okay, I'll try to remember this. Let's see.
So I think early on for first wave, we probably just want to drop some ballistas up front, and then we'll operate them and shoot the heck out of monsters.
That works for me. I will do my best.
And you can leave the ready room and like run around the map to drop stuff.
Oh, you can drop before.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So, like, probably we'll put some ballista down up here in the front, and then,
Oh, so we can, yeah, of course we can. Derp, derp, derp.
like, yeah, there's a villager right over here. But this is like a good spot for hunters, so I'm gonna remove the villager and just put a ballista here.
Do you think, are there any other spots you think I should put one? Or anything? Should I just wait for a second?
Right, you could, if you want to use that ballista, you could put one there, or you could just put a villager there, and like we could have one of us on either side of the map.
I was thinking on either side would probably be good.
Yeah. So put a villager for your backup over there, and then I'll take this side.
Okay. How do I? Is it auto?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Also, poison coming. So.
Yes. Oh no, I probably should have switched to my. Oh yeah, wall boy. Nope. Bad.
Oh, and then also, really importantly, there is a block button. R1 will guard. So when monsters come to attack, you can guard them.
Oh, okay, R1. Okay, got it. Oh no! He's going through. Knock him down.
Good. Got that now?
Good. Okay, shoot. Well, I guess I wasted that a little bit. Oh no, I get him back. Oh shoot, I didn't even...
yeah, recharge, yeah.
Oh good, okay. I was worried because I was like, oh no, I gotta stop him, so I shot him with the crag shot. And then I was like, well, there goes my crag shots already. Like, oh, I got him back already.
I already did it for this flyer once, but the flyer you can knock him down with your retreating shot.
What just hit me? Didn't see the thing that hit me that time, so I wasn't even able to block it.
I assume that's like the flyers when you get those phantom hits, because you can't really see the projectiles very well, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Is there a way to repair, or do we just have to let it break and then...
Ooh. Oh, you can...
Oof, well...
Shit.
Oh no!
My crag shot
Oh no! I got him with one, but... Ah! I just got shot off of my turret building here. Oh no! Vader's in a pickle. I guess it's not gonna let me. Ow. I seem to be in a predicament. I'm trying. I guess I can't build anymore right here. I'm not sure what's going on.
Oh, is it a yellow bar that's recharging?
Yes. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I can.
It got destroyed and then it's recovered.
Gotcha. Oh shoot.
Yeah, this position sucks. I'm gonna go to the middle island.
Okay. There we go. We got a quick crag on him to hold it over. Yeah, they did. And it sucked because like I was trying to block them, but I guess the flying guys are shooting at me from above and I can't see the shots incoming. I don't know if I can block them if I could see them or not. What I do know is that this guy is just rampaging through our defenses over here.
Yeah, I think it's the flyers. Yeah, the wall down.
Yeah.
The knockdown.
What's the counter gong?
Oh, that gives you like a super power up for a while. I think you get one each phase, so we should probably use it.
Okay, let me use it. I'm right by it. Oh, never mind. Oh no! These jerks are breaking my stuff. Like, get off of me. Also, the Craig shot did not stop him. Ah, crap. I got the second one on him. But my turret got exploded and I got thrown off of it again. This flyer is it's totally ruining me.
Yeah, so I guess we really need to keep him out of the air if we can.
Yeah, for sure. What do you think you're doing?
Our objectives are stun a monster, use Dragonator, another drop materials. So we can level our defenses up by completing the objectives on the corner there.
Okay. I'm gonna go over and try to use up here. Uh-oh, wall breaks. Here comes our boy. Yeah, that had to happen. Got him. Wow, we wrecked him that time.
Holy fuck, in the air. Nice.
Hey, Droop. Did you finish your quest?
Oh, I wasn't actually in it. I was. Oh my god, I'm gonna die to poison? Nah, not today, bud.
First sword repelled. So, we're thinking drop automatic defenses kind of up front a bit.
Seems.
Since we'll probably want to command the rear defenses.
Okay, then I'm gonna swap these.
It's probably good to have a couple of good locations up front.
Right.
So we can get some early player action on them, but eventually we're gonna fall back probably. And then yeah, bombs on the ground usually.
Bombs on the ground.
Yeah, if you wanna between waves, you can send an installation away and then bring it back out. So
That's actually what I was working on. I'm also replacing a couple of these so I can go to a different spot a little further back. Actually, I might want to be on that one though, that second one.
We don't have machine gun too.
I don't think so.
Yeah, we've got two,
Oh,
but we
yeah.
don't have any place. I just placed one on the far side.
We should put Wyvern Fire somewhere. Are you loading one back there?
Yeah, I've got it pointed on the right side.
Oh, nice, you're in here. Sweet. I didn't even realize you got in, Drew. Or Nim.
Yeah, I've been here for a second.
Oh, sweet. Hell yeah. Oh, explosive.
I put Dragon Bait for how many? Dragonator?
This is a much more intimidating angle for me to be sitting at.
Yeah.
Down here on ground level, with them just rushing right at me. Like, oh my. There for a second. Oh, so far so good. They're not making very much progress. Oh, he got mad. Is that him getting mad at you, Marble Dice?
I'm riding him.
Oh, nice. That's great. Oh shit! Oh, it came from behind! You dick! Oh, and he spit a cloud of poison on my ballista. Gosh darn it. What a jerk. Oh, that's funny. Should I hit the gong?
Probably not quite.
Not yet?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it just that it refreshes on the wave, or it's not a timer?
Correct. I
Okay.
think so.
Gotcha.
You get a level up with that. Yeah, I know that. When you're dropping
Oh damn, Nocturne, that's gonna be a lot of kills. Oh, you're not counting them. I misread that as you're counting them, and I'm like, no, these are not hunts. These are just monsters running into a blender. Oh, that is goodness. Alright, calm down there. Yeah, exactly, it's a shooting gallery.
Oh, fuck.
Oof.
Is that a fireball over there?
Oh crap. Poison on my... Gosh darn it. There we go. I'll remove it before it breaks. Haha. Oh crap. I installed a cannon. Well, that actually might be fun. Do we still have to load them with cannonballs though?
You don't know.
Oh, thank God. Excellent. Oh shoot, I made it a defender cannon though. But I want to rock the cannon. Speaking of rocking, look at all these shinies.
Where are the dragon eaters at in this one?
Are they sticking out of the walls?
Yeah. They're pretty early too.
I should probably not be running around here with all these explosions occurring. Oh, that's fine. I need an installation of my very... Hey! Hey, where the hell you think you're going? Oh no, I got smacked off my build. This Rathian. Oh, wow. Nice. That was some Dragonator murder. Well done.
Back on the gate,
I'm taking over this.
Okay, does he have to roar before he's eligible for knockback?
Oh shoot. Oh, it bought a second.
How would you that?
That's... Oh shit. Well, whatever. It worked for a second. Oh, he's still... He's causing problems. Okay, he's dead. Good. Somebody needs to pay for that. Oh shit, we got big boys. Power kilns.
Oh, is that ready? I have to repair his stuff, I think.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna power the kilns for a second. Throw some. Nice. Cool. Yeah, cooldown reduction. That's awesome.
We've got 2 on the gate.
Okay. Shoot. Having trouble operating properly. I'm really confused what's happening here. It says that X is how you do Wyvern Fire, but then... Oh, there we go. Okay, I guess it just... You tell it to do it, and it takes a while, and then it does it. Fires the beam.
Yeah.
I was like, why is it not doing anything? I kept telling it to do Wyvern Fire, and then it would just like knock me off of it, and nothing happened. But then all of a sudden it shot a giant laser, so I guess I get it now. Oh, son of a... This frickin' poison spit and jerk off. Every single time I get back on my ballista, he shoots me in the face. Like immediately, and I don't see it coming. Man, he is really just soaking that damage up, isn't he? Come on, man. Did you die already?
What is that Wyvern shot? Is that the thing in the middle?
Yes, there's like a big wyvern cannon somewhere.
It's, oh, well, there's two of them. There's one here in the corner, and there's one up there on my side. Ow, shoot, in the front that I put.
Oh, there's a dragon over here by me, so.
Oh, cool. Oof! That was big whip. I got big mighty whipped there. He was not having it. Ah, Ken Esworth, hey, how's it going, bud? Welcome. Oh, he is very far away from me. So far away from me.
Nice. Oh, is he rideable? No? Okay.
No, I'm offended. Oh, is there a flyer up there somewhere? No, it's not. Looked like something shot at me, but maybe I was just tripping.
The thing I don't like about this class is if you're up on the wooden platform and they target, like you take a hit, even if you're not in an acceleration.
Oh, yeah, that is
Oh.
just a little bit weird. Shiny.
So I think we should use Dragonator early, let one or two wall things in early, maybe use one of the dragon lures so we can get an early 2 hits, and then by the time we get toward the end of seconds we'll still have it'll be back up. So I think that one's pretty hard to... You've got 3, I don't know if stuff goes through the middle too often.
No, they tend to flow around the middle like water. Like a stone in a creek. And, of course, the ones that do fly over the middle just spit on you repeatedly from orbit. It's like having a space laser. I think Zader's over here minding his business, and all of a sudden this giant space laser falls on my head. Hunters don't cry. And that's a lie. Hunters do a lot of crying. I know this one does. That's kind of fun, though. I like the idea of monster tower defense.
Right.
I'm kind of curious to see how they build on that. Increased canteen level up, increased menu. More dango, y'all!
Do you want to do another one of those before we do the urgents?
I'm down. You didn't waste any time, did you, Ken Esworth? Already on 6-star quest and 3HR. Yeah, nice, good. We'll get there. Okay, so if I'm gonna do that, then I'm probably gonna want. Just in case. Now someone's going all bug stick over there, huh?
MON-day. The demo was really misleading.
Oh?
Yeah, the numbers were extremely low. Like, the weak spot face generally hits were the only ones that could get consistent, like, 2x numbers. And I don't know if it was because I was rusty with it, or if I wasn't used to it, or mechanical changes have been made between World and Rise.
Right.
But yeah, it just felt really, really weak in the numbers.
Oh, there we go. Looks like I need to craft some items here in a second. Or buy some. Both. Oh, right. Also, I need to play in the lottery. Unlike real life, I like lottery and Monster Hunter. By all means, give me one of those. Spin that monster round and round. Puke a ball into the ground. Oh, nice. Hey. Listen. Like, it seems like you tend to always get your value, even if it's lesser items. Like if you were to buy them from the shop, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I have a sale at the moment.
I think that's the mechanic that you can manipulate, where I'm not positive, but it seems like if I've completed an urgent or done something that seems otherwise a little spectacular, there will be a sale.
Okay. Well, that's kind of interesting. Paligos have always been super freaking cute. They can't help themselves. They speak entirely in cat puns, and they're always dancing around and smiling and throwing stuff everywhere. Cracking open some cold monsters with the boys.
Oh no. I've got access now to building pot.
We have access to Melody Pot?
Yeah.
No.
Oh heck.
Oh, whatever. I'll worry about that after. It's not going to make much of a difference in this quest regardless. Whoa. Whoever's Palamute this is that yours? Yeah, it's Marble Dice Valerius. Looking pretty fly.
The one with the armor and the hood.
Yeah, I
Looks
love.
like kind of Squire of Camelot.
It does. It looks like actually like straight up like how I would imagine Robin of Locksley looked when he came back from the Crusades, like the the Fox version. That is wicked. I love that set.
It's the Rathian armor with the Puke head.
Cool. I think Droob is rocking the turtle with the mostly Kappa set.
Yeah.
That's cool. I like that one too. I like how he's got little shields, shell shields on the like elbow pads, kind of. It's kind of cool. Neat little touch. Meanwhile, Alistar is rocking culturally insensitive, like turban and mustache over here. You didn't notice, by the way, my cat has a gigantic fake mustache and turban, so... well done, Al.
I think that's nice. Update to 150, 150. Shoot.
And we're going. Yeah, right? He's a Balico. He has no idea. Oh, this is a Tank 7. It's one of the only Boulevard beers I actually like. I've been drinking a lot less, and I have hardly been drinking beer at all. I think I've got beer one time in the last 4 months or something, 4 or 5 months.
What the hell?
But Monster Hunter. Oh shoot! I didn't mean to do that. I just stole some of your guys' stuff. But Monster Hunter requires some extra
So
love.
easy to overshoot the wire bug on these platforms.
Yes. I've been throwing myself into walls by accident. Oh, this is a different map. Or am I crazy?
There are at least 3.
Is it random which one it puts us in?
Yeah, it seems to be.
Oh,
They
cool.
all say Red Fortress, but like there's different layouts, and I don't think the quest tells you what they are.
Neat.
Are all the bits of bamboo bombs down?
I think so. I don't know.
I'm just gonna be real honest. I don't fully understand what I'm doing yet. I don't really get like the optimizing. So
We've got one that's in the back that we probably should move.
I am a
yeah.
grunt. Just tell me what to do and I'll do it.
Oh, was that the... I'm just gonna move that rearmost bamboo up 1 space.
I really only ask because one of the objectives this time is repel with bamboo bomb.
Oh, I wonder if we don't want that first one in the back then. Because I don't think they one-shot, do they?
I think I don't know. That's the best thing I can say. Also, someone's babying my friends over yonder. Bouncy little jerk. Oh, a stronghold level up. How did that happen?
It's for completing the objectives. Right now, set up hunting installation, not monsters out.
Okay, gotcha. Very cool. Oh no, not more lightning colons. Operation Human Shield. I am totally fine with being Operation Human Shield. In a lot of things in life, and in a lot of games, I do enjoy, or at least don't mind leading. In Monster Hunter, I am almost always just a grunt. I'll let Marble Dice and Droop lead. They're always several steps ahead of me in like what's going on in the meta and everything.
Oh, and in case you're curious, you can totally Air Crag Izuchi for knockdown, although I don't think you really benefit from it.
I haven't noticed the need to. I've been just shooting them down. Ow, shoot. Crap. With normal.
It's good if you, would, Firebug.
This little jerk over here is about to... Oof! Yeah, I was gonna say he's about to smack the crap out of me. I tried to block it, but I guess I was too slow. Welcome back to Godhood, Sabby. I feel like this is a much easier map so far. Since it's much more of like a bottleneck.
Yeah, we've also had Droog from the outset, which helps.
True, that does help quite a bit. Yeah.
It does feel significantly easier.
You just don't have a giant like obstacle in the middle that you have to...
So, I guess we could think about using like a dong or a detonator.
Our dong. Let's dong it up, y'all. Where is the gong? Oh, hey. Thank you. This little shit right over here is getting feisty with me. Oh my god, he's got some big bangs, huh? I'm making all kinds of friends all of a sudden, guys.
Oh cool, can I actually damage the wall? I'm right in the face.
Yes, you can. I did by accident last time, actually. I meant to apologize for that. Hey, Blue, welcome, man. How you doing? Good to have you back. It's been a minute. Oh, shoot. Ah-ya! Oh, he broke my toys got busted. I'm so sorry. I'll steal Drew's toys. Uh-oh. They're on to me. Get a big old kiss popping up over yonder.
So when the counter gong is up, your weapon attacks are camped out for health.
Weapon mission complete. Ooh. They're using bamboo. So all of those are gonna persist. Those don't persist, right? Those are just for the like for this quest, correct? It's not like what's its nuts in World.
Say what?
You know how in World you'd have a whole bunch of persisting things that you would do on that one big siege boss, the Goldie.
Oh, cool, Teroth. Yeah. Right. Everything is isolated to this one instance.
Okay, I thought so. I just wanted to make sure. Because I could have easily seen them doing something like that, where it was like an ongoing, like you're being sieged for an ongoing amount of time. Oh wait, this needs to be a bomb, right? Probably. Maybe not. Actually, I don't. Oh no, this should probably be a bomb. It's like right in front of the thingy bobber. It looked like it was a little bit more off to the side, but...
Cannons are up. Oh, sorry, not cannons, machine guns.
Have you noticed... Where is... Oh, there we go. Doink. I wanna play with a machine gun. That sounds like fun.
They are quite fun.
If I could...
All damage and no CC.
Gotcha. Okay.
But, like, they're good damage.
Oh, I'll bet. I mean, the ballista's pretty darn good damage, so... Yeah. Definitely gonna... Let's check this bad boy out.
So the machine gun, as you're holding, you can just hold the fire button for a Gatling.
Yeah.
And it's firing the Gatling that will charge up the other abilities.
The X,
And you've
okay.
got Brain cluster, and then you've got a
Ooh.
the other one. Oh, it's like a silkbind shot.
Oh, cool.
You've got a ballista up front, so keep an eye out for it.
Speaking of. Oh!
Good.
I dropped him onto the explosive. That was great.
Oh.
Haha. Yeah, suck on that, Kizu. Love it. That's beautiful. Yep, already having fun with the machine gun here.
Well, we've got a silkbind on that.
Oh, whoops. Better stop shooting him in the face
Drew,
then.
you got it?
Oh, sorry about almost killing your new mount there, Drew. Yeah, how you like them apples, Kizu? Not very much, apparently. Oh, let's bring the bombs over there. It's not ready yet, though. I know, right? It does feel like I'm over here playing Call of Duty or something. At the moment. It's kind of funny. Inflict an elemental blight. Do we even have the ability to do that at this point? Oh, cannon to it.
Like, they kind of suck, I think.
Okay. Well, let me.
I'm gonna reposition this Wyvern Fire Artillery a little bit to aim down the lane.
I am going to whip out a cannon and see if I can't help with this thing. Okay, so cannons actually have a little template here. Ooh, oh, I kind of like this cannon, actually. It might not be as good, but it sure is fun. Yeah, that's a lot of numbers. Oh no! No, why? Someone stop that kazoo! Did I just, like, way overshoot that elemental cannonball? It looked like it, like, flew up over the gate into the, like I just knocked it out of the park. I'm not sure if I did or not. I'm not sure what happened there, honestly. Oh, those bastards broke my cannon. Okay, there we go. Some dicks. I was having so much fun. And little bouncy boy wanted to put an end to it.
You got good on the gate still? Or is
Yes.
that a bit
It's
Okay.
base.
Oh, there you go.
This little shit. Yes, Sabby, I was way out of my elemental. I'm fired. Oh, shoot. Sorry, Billy, I almost shot you with a cannonball. Or
Oh, not
marble
really,
dice. Well, I guess if you look at it that way. Okay, there we go. Cool. I think he's just going for it.
Counter signal up? Yeah.
Oof. Oh no! I got slapped in the cannon and my dick exploded. Oh, mishandling my balls. Not very cool. Look at you. Stop it. smacked up. Yep, that's what I thought. Wow, he's doing the feisty triple tail flips. Like, what did I do, man? I'm just over here chilling. Why did I be like that? He's spitting loogies on me now? Someone come deal with this jerk off. I'm thinking, personally, I would like to have a cannon where I am right now. I think they make for a lovely back of the... Oh, I was hoping I had invulnerability frames during that, but I sure didn't. Do I have... See, look at this. Look at this guy. He's spawn camping me. That's kind of funny. There's this one Roggy over here that was just like, he was just waiting every time I would start building something new or trying to get into it, he'd just wait and then immediately attack it. Like, you son of a bitch. Oh, I see what I was doing wrong now. Okay, cool. Alright, well I probably won't make it this time because it took me a second to figure out what was going on, but next time hopefully I'll do a better job of providing elemental lights.
Yeah, you hardly get up. So yeah, it just seems like you got to charge for way too long.
It looks like you need to... Yeah. It seems to be... It seems to be based on also how many things you're hitting, and also it seems that you can kind of alternate between it and piercing ammo for better results.
Even so, we've been quite good on objectives.
Yes, absolutely. Very much so. I think I've mostly figured it out, though. I think I'll be able to do it a much better job of it next time.
I just feel like for as long as it takes to charge the thunder ammo, and for only having, as far as I know, only having the option on the cannon, the opportunity cost of piloting a cannon is so big compared to like all the utility of a ballista or all the damage of a machine gun.
We'll see. I'm gonna play with it again and see what I think.
Without optimization and getting half of it, I think it could be worth for the completion. By using a dragon bait and doing that when the meat of the horde is around. Like if, what, do you have to charge with the cannon, or is it just...
No, yeah, there's a 3-step charge for the largest AoE. I don't know if it increases the proc chance on the blight.
Oh, okay.
Oh, cool. I'm in S rank.
And so if you want to go to the blacksmith, you can probably get a ramp up on your weapon.
Well, now I'm very excited.
And we think they apply all the time. There was something in the tutorial that made both Drew and I think that it was maybe a Rampage quest only, but looking carefully through the tutorial, I don't see a specific statement that it's Rampage only. And if you get like an affinity or an attack boost, it shows up on your character details in the lobby. So
Gotcha.
I think it's all the time.
That's awesome, man. Is this under Forge Upgrade Equipment, or?
Yeah, full upgrade weapon.
Let's see, where
I'll go ahead and post the urgent next.
Is that Magnanean?
Yeah, Magnamello.
Oh, wait. Weapon list, upgrade list.
I don't talk to other NPCs maybe downstairs.
Maybe I need to, yeah. That probably is what's going on.
Did you report to the quest maiden, for example?
Oh, you know, probably not. Not you. Oh, actually, while I'm here, though. No lottery.
Yeah, it's sale only, I think.
Oh, right, urgent quest. Derp. Dum-dum-dum-dum. Does someone have something for me? Because I would sure like to have a thing.
Water, if you got it.
Water element attack?
Thunder. Yeah, thunder is also good.
Yep, I'm not there yet. Right now, it's just all damage.
Void fire.
Actually.
Oh, hell yeah.
Looks like I do not yet have the ability to do it. So maybe after the urgent quest. Though I might need to do my urgent quest in the in town, in village. That might be the problem. Because I have the one to the second star urgent quest up. I haven't done it yet. And they might not let me until I do.
Maybe you need to talk to the village blacksmith before you can do it at the hub blacksmith.
Maybe. They didn't. No one had any word bubbles for me here though, in the village.
Like, yeah. All right. Well, I don't know. I don't know what your problem with unlocks in this game is.
Yeah, I don't either. It was really weird, and it's like I couldn't upgrade my armor, use my armor spheres as early as everyone else could either, for some reason. Oh well, it'll be fine. I am not concerned. So wait, what are we fighting though? Is this another siege?
So no, it's the urgent. It's the new demi flagship.
Oh, okay.
Wait, what would be the other flagship?
I don't know. There's one at the end of high rank, probably.
Probably. Yeah, I started the game on hard mode. It's just like when I was a little kid and I played the original Legend of Zelda by accident for a couple of years on the second quest without knowing it. I'm gonna stab myself in the hand. Oh shoot, I forgot what it was. I was gonna ask you guys something. And now I can't recall what it was. Probably remember way later when it's completely irrelevant.
Was it related to the game?
Yes. Yeah, it was 100% related to the game. but I don't remember what it was now.
Was it a question you wanted an answer to, or was it something you discovered that you wanted to see if we knew?
No, it was a question I wanted an answer to. Some game mechanic that I wanted to ask about, I think.
Did it have to do with dogs or wire bugs?
I don't think so. I don't remember, though. I don't think so. No, I think it had to do with gear. But while we're on that note, do we have any idea... has Monster Hunter always been the same number of stars per rank? I've never paid attention.
I don't know. Yeah, like, is high rank always a 3-star? Or whatever?
Yeah, and, like, does high rank always go to so many stars before... Like, it just occurred to me, like, well, there's a question I have, actually.
I want to say it's probably not consistent, but I've put approximately 0 thought into it.
I think in Monster Hunter Freedom Unite it was about what it was in Triu, but I'm not positive. We get deodorants and ask for Hellfire. And that's something you're going to watch your status bar for. I don't know if it's very obvious on your character.
Gotcha. You like gladiator films? You ever hang around men's lockers? What was it?
Oh, Drew, you had asked a while ago if I had found an adamant seed. Or, yeah, adamant seed.
Yeah.
I did eventually find one, and it was like the ruins map.
Oh, nice.
It wasn't freaking... Oh, probably not connected.
Honey. Look at that honeybees. Okay. Let's see, I am blue. Someday they'll fix the colors in Monster Hunter. Oh, is this a...
Today.
Hey, I found a relic record.
Nice.
There's one just stuck in the wall down here in the cave. Right by some sunscorn stuff and a stink mink. I can't say or read skink mink without kind of giggling to myself. Also, look at this magma fall into the water. That's really...
Oh, I found a camp location.
Oh, it's okay, lava fall.
And Hellfire doesn't wash off the water like other fire does. If that wasn't...
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. It's good to know, though.
Right. Yeah.
We need some holy water.
Also, I'm high-key fucking mortified of this guy's damage, especially in multiplayer. I'm thinking we're not going to pass this first try.
Okay, good to know.
But it's going to be fun, anyway.
Alright, there you go, bees. You might get to see some serious death here. About to make this a dramedy. We all need a little dramedy in our lives. Of course, that's considering I ever make it to y'all, because I'm lost in Sparkle Caves. Oh, I see Marble Dice, so... I'm gonna follow Valeria.
I don't know where I'm going.
Yeah, but you'll probably get where you're going a lot faster than I will.
You were going the right way, I think.
You say were.
Oh,
Am I not now?
well, that was for Billy. If
Oh.
you're following him, then...
I was, yes. I mean, I am working on
I
it.
mean, I guess I'm kind of just running around looking for ore.
Yeah, they've been doing lots of dog drifting, Ken. I haven't been using my Palamute though. I have my Palico with me. So.
And chat, he is missing out. He doesn't know it, but
No, I've been riding around on my dog when I've been playing by myself.
oh, okay.
I know how it works. I just prefer to have a Palico with me most of the time. For one, because I just like them more, but also because they gather like mad. The amount of items I've been getting from my Palico every battle is completely insane. It's like 3 or 4 times more than what it used to be. It's basically a box as big as mine. Like, they are bringing me a ton of stuff. Well, I mean, Alistar is bringing me a ton of stuff, not they. Him. Yeah, giggity indeed.
Code. What is this? Is this like a little hole in the wall? Oh wow. So there are crawl passageways you can't take your dog through.
Yeah, I have seen a couple of those. Not on this map, granted, because this is the first time I've seen this map, but I found one in the Frost Islands. And behold my power slide. You didn't call that Skid Hill.
Ooh, looks like I got a free mount because there's a three-way pile up here.
Oh. Yes, there is. Look, everybody. We have monsters for days.
So I guess maybe I want to beat up Magnemaro a bit, and then release onto Volvi when I can.
And then beat up on Magnemaro again. Out of play. Oh, that was huge.
Can't trust
Oh no! I went way the wrong way.
That does happen.
The monster turning is so...
Clunky.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, the first several times I got on and drove the monster, I like immediately turned around and ran exactly the opposite direction I wanted to go, and then slammed into a wall and got thrown. That was pretty much my whole initial encounter with the system there. Where the hell did dude go?
You may as well fast and get out of battle.
Yeah. Why? Is there a little red bar above your health bar? What's that?
Is that the Hellfire thing?
I don't know what it is.
Oh my gosh, the parkour in this game is so good.
Oh shoot.
Although it doesn't seem like my parkour abilities have gotten me anywhere.
No, mine are failing me constantly. I have not mastered it yet by any means. And I tend to bounce off walls repeatedly. Oh yeah, oh, go ahead.
One of the options you can turn on in the options menu is you can get like a quest pointer. So you get like a little red arrow on the screen that kind of gives you some auto navigation sense to your target. Kind of nice.
Okay, that is nice that they did that. Can I go
It's
through?
not quite world bug level guidance, but it's pretty good.
Okay. Yeah, no, I should probably do that, because my biggest complaint with Monster Hunter since World, and World and this game are the only two it applies to thus far, is that I tend to spend so much time being lost and trying to navigate the map, and it's frustrating. It's not fun for me. Like I don't play Monster Hunter to get lost in a labyrinth.
Yeah, I'm gonna want to like watch where the monster goes the next time it leaves the room because it took me forever to catch up here.
Yeah, Ken, I didn't say it was larger than mine. I said it was the same size. I said it was 3 times larger than Palico boxes had been in the past when they gather for you. In this game, they really gather a lot. Like, they're way more efficient at gathering. So basically, it's like a 100% increase to how much I'm bringing back at the end of quests if I have my Palico with me.
This guy's got at least front leg break.
Okay. And I'm... Oh, he just big daddy smashed me. He's just like... Oh, shit, I'm about to get killed. Oh, God. Need to go away. I'm gonna pickle.
Yeah. He's full health at this point because his combos are savage.
Working on it.
Also, I mean, I don't want to tell you how to play, but I'm gonna do a total moratorium on wire bug recovery for this fight, because that's been a really effective way to get hit again for me.
Understandable.
Oh, I'll tell you. I don't know if mine is default or not, but I've been able to use the stick to tell my dog where to hit me, and it's been good, although, yeah, you can tag recoveries if you do that. So it can be a bad idea.
Oh my goodness gracious.
What was that?
I don't know what that was. I was gonna say, yeah, I thought he got tripped, but...
Really quick recovery, so it's not worth a whole lot.
Oh my God. He's just exploding the map. Shit. Oh no. What is going on? Also, does he have a bunch of mobs flying around him? What are these, like his demon hell mobs? What's going on with that? Or was that somebody else had done an ability on him?
What color are they?
They were like yellow, gold. He had like a flock of gold mobs flying around over his. Nocturne, if you mean by him like being super violent, jumping all over the place, and there being projectiles and explosions happening continuously, then yeah, it is normal for a Monster Hunter monster. There's a very large gap between, say, for example, bouncing compy dinosaurs and some of the nastier variants of monsters in this game. The range of destruction is quite large. And they're by no means created equally. This guy definitely has kind of a, what is it, Teostra vibe going on. Without the flying. Though, granted, with the way he's jumping and flipping through the air and exploding, I mean... Almost got me. But yeah.
Also, I'm not sure about the Hellfire, whether it is a roll off or if it just increases the damage. Okay, so I've been rolling, but I've not seen it like proc. I don't know if it's like a worse explosion or not.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh, he's got a Zenogre.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's like a cross between Zenogre and Teostra.
Oh, okay, so when he's roaring up, you can get a knockdown on him? That's worth something?
That's awesome. Wish I didn't have to use that to eat a bunch, but... Well, because he's probably a high rank monster, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Nocturne, basically, this is the quest that's gonna get us up to the next rank. So he's from the rank above us, which means that yeah, it is normal because we're low rank hunters fighting a high rank monster and a dangerous one at that. Oh, shut the arms. He really doesn't want me to do my, is it Turbo Trio Demon Song on him. Just being a punk about it. Oh crap, he just launched me really far. Oh man. They have
I don't know.
so much. Nope.
We only took one character.
Apparently.
That is me sexy. Now maybe I can get a knockout on that. Yeah. Yes, tail carves are so satisfying, especially when the monster is looking right at you when you're doing it. Himsar guild name Noob Looters Inc. Which means I have to. Oh, yeah, he just bit me in the face. And then slammed me with his tail. He's like, you little shit. You can't stop me. I'm getting that tail. It's exactly like getting the eye lock with your cat when it's pooping. Or when the dog is taking a crap on your carpet and is looking directly at you, very, very intentionally. It's like, yeah, that's right. I'm shitting on your carpet. What are you gonna do about it? Oh man. Ooh, found a monster fossil. Oh nice, those are some pretty chunky point items. Not relic level chunky, but still, not bad. This is a terrible idea. Yeah, that was my bad. I was sharpening behind that pillar, and he knew it, and he came for me. So, luckily, I got away, but the pillar and the camera didn't fare too well there for a second. Oh, good. Did he just get even more angry and charged up?
He's already been that level before.
Oh no!
But yeah. So beams, I think they can pierce permanent stuff, so hiding is not an option.
I mean, that makes sense. Beams typically, most beams usually will destroy those kind of things. And yeah, Savvy, Monster Hunter and PSO do have a decent amount in common, but of course the actual combat in Monster Hunter is way, 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 way more intense and more complicated. And more difficult. Oh dear, that was very close. I was like an inch outside of his range on that. I wish he would not be looking at me the way he's looking at me right now. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Valeria, for distracting. Because he was really, he had that hungry look. I was a little concerned.
position to actually capitalize on that short term class, but at least invincibility
There it was. So he just ran up the wall all the way across the map, bounced off of it, and flew straight at me and punched me in half.
Wow.
That was intense. Holy shit. Oh,
Whoa.
God. What's going to be the fastest way to get back to you?
He's one that I might consider camera lock for.
Oh, yeah, I guess I could camera lock him, couldn't I?
I still haven't, and I don't want to.
I just never, ever use it. I don't think about it.
Oh, fuck.
I don't know that I've ever used it in Monster Hunter. I mean, like, I've used it, but not on purpose. You know what I mean?
That bad kind of uses it.
Right? Yes. Oh, yeah. No, that was me dying. Yeah.
Fuck, I forgot. It is a bad question. I completely forgot the, team-friendly shit.
What are you...
Ah, fuck.
Riding. Well, I'll get back there in another year or two. Are you all underground at the moment?
He's above, I think.
Okay.
Dog? Oh, dog dead. Got it.
My dog has been on fire and jumping up and down.
Oops. Well, I just accidentally fell underground. Oh, hey, I see you though. Nice.
Also, maybe it's not. Maybe that is below ground. Yeah, he's below ground still.
There's no reason to say my bad, Savvy. That was the first time I've been knocked out, I think.
Yeah, first for this quest.
Well, I mean, just in general. I didn't get knocked out during any of the siege quests.
I just mean I wasn't here, so I don't
Yeah.
know what's been.
Oh, what the hell was that? I just got canceled like 3 times in a row, but I didn't take any damage. That's interesting. He has moss over him again. Also, by the way.
Oh. It's legal now.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I wonder if you don't get enough time for is that a pop? Yeah, it's a pop. So he does have a field trip mechanic also. Oh, okay. It might be a new effect for black.
Oh. Oh, that would be interesting. You actually have like little blast mobs?
Well, that was not actually new. What is it? Portable stuff?
Okay, so that was like something they had a long time ago and maybe they brought it back?
I don't remember if World had the... Oh my god. World had particles. I don't remember if it had,
I don't think it had buggo particles, though.
Yeah, like, I think there were a thing. Jesus Christ. I don't like you guys. Get away.
Yeah, I'm definitely intimidated by that. Ever since he bounced off the wall and just, like, Superman murdered me from across the room, I'm a little bit... oh, shit! I'm a little bit intimidated. Oh, God, is this all going to blow up? I thought I was screwed for a second there. I was like inside a giant cloud of sparkle vapors. I'm like, this can't end well. Luckily, he didn't hit me with most of that. It's gonna take a second to get used to exactly how this guy's abilities work. Also, boy, would I sure like some more sharpness for him.
He's close to superpower. Hyper mobility. Oh, so that one, I was not inside the effect, but it kind of shotguns forward past them. In case, like me, you didn't know that.
Okay. Oh, I canceled my Phoenix on this stupid scream. What a jerk. Oh no. Oh, that really hurt. Oh no, he's gonna shoot me. Oh no. Help. There we go. Thank you, little vigor wasp. I needed that. If he had done that like spinny tail stirring blast thing on me as a follow-up, I would have been down. Like it was perfectly timed, so I wouldn't have been able to do anything because I was just in the auto stand-up. But luckily he didn't target me with it, because I would not have survived that. There's no way. Oh, he's limping. Nice. Well, I'm excited to see what kind of gear we get from this guy. Oh, can we capture him? Is he not an elder?
He can be captured.
Dice.
I had the double carded.
So we were looking in the hunter's notes for the monster manual, basically, where it stores weakness information. And it basically went full Kironiko in this game. They give you just like a full resistance and drop table.
Oh my god, thank the Lord. That is wonderful. It's about time.
So, are you done with fighting this monster? Is that what I'm hearing?
Apparently we are.
And then, in addition to having the full drop table, what we determined is they went back on the world style, carve versus capture, and in this game there are separate drop tables.
Droop and I did figure that out. We were talking about it. So I like that personally.
I should, Valeria actually figured that out. I was just relaying.
It's alright, I don't need credit.
But yeah, so for those of you in the chat and everything, like, look how many items my Palico picked up during that. Like, that is a ton of crap. And they can, I've had ones where they do much better than that too, in regards to actual monster parts and cards as well. So I just like, that's why, especially in the early game, that I'm trying to use the Palico a lot, because I want to get as many supplies as I can as early as possible. No, he's not even a gatherer type. That's the funny thing. He's a support type. He can also trap and trank and heal, which is why I took him. But Palicos in general are just really good gatherers. If you have a gather one, then he does like even twice as much of that, you know? I'm gonna start bringing traps.
Oh wow, it's all your least favorite monsters. We got Diablos, we got Tigrex, we got Varioth.
Oh no! Awesome! How exciting! That actually makes me really happy. Honestly. That is what I like to hear.
I want to check in on my boy Toby Kadachi.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I want to check in. Wait, where are my trank bonds? I should have some trank bombs. I think. There they are. I'm gonna check real quick and see if I can upgrade this. And see if I can make that darned thing now. Yeah, I'll check on Magnadoodle's hunting horn as well. Where are you at, Doodle Maggot? There he is. Oh, it's not going to let me make one for a second. I don't need too much to do it. Looks like I have everything I need except for 3 scales. Or scoops. I need scoot. Oh, that is really good. Sonic Barrier, attack and defense up, and health regeneration. It's 120 damage, it's got a big chunk of green sharpness, and it's Blast 13. Yeah, I kind of want that. Oh, guess what, guys? I can upgrade my horn to Hardened Bone Horn now.
Nice.
That's a 40. That's a 40 attack, raw attack upgrade. Yeah, upgrade. Okay, well, I got a ridiculous amount of these. Now let's see if I can actually figure out how to... I still can't figure out where this thing is. Let me go talk to the, I guess, the village blacksmith real quick.
You should have a lot of word bubbles to clear after HR3 as well.
I would imagine, yeah. Not a single word bubble.
If you open the map, it'll tell you where word bubbles are if you have any.
Is there a shortcut for opening the map?
By default, it's long press on minus.
Gotcha.
You can switch it in the options so that it's short press on minus, and then the communication becomes long press.
That's what I should change, yeah, because I never use the communication thing. It appears I have one person to talk to who is a buddy expert. Because he wants to give me a reward for always taking buddies with me. So, I think that probably I just need to beat my urgent for at the end of Star 2, probably. I feel like must be it. Because you both have done that, right?
I am, yeah. I'm into 3-star village. I feel like I got most of the stuff. I was at the end of 2-star though when I think I did the rampage. So I don't know. Village quest is probably a good bet though.
I'm thinking that must be it. Oh well, it's fine. I just got 40 more raw. I'm not concerned. I can do that later. Okay, I need my kitty treats. Give me that dango. Awesome, even more. Anyone got any attack up foods yet?
No.
At least Moxie's appeared.
And I have one boost of attack and affinity, but I'm not positive.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be all about that personally.
Let me finish it. Or bubble and I'll figure it out. Like, figure out if that's true and then what it is.
Absolutely. What are we killing?
Tobi Hidashi.
Okay. Just in case. Let's try to keep our money flowing. I'm gonna take Defender Low and Moxie. I'm not really hurting on damage. Being a horny guy.
Yeah, ingot. Which might be West Mountain Village.
One other thing I could think. I should have checked to see if I could upgrade my armor. Not quite. Oh, you know what? I probably could have actually if I'd gone and talked to the quest girl first, actually. Let's see if I can get my kitty cat a better weapon. Not yet. Don't worry, Al. High rank parts are coming towards you here in a second. Excuse me. Keep your cat's claws sharp, bees. Sharp as the Dickens and twice as feisty. I can't see that sunglass cat in the chat without thinking of Wanyan. You know we're gonna have to get me that that Magnadoodle horn, right?
Can't imagine we won't want to hunt more of that guy anyway.
I know. I wanna trivialize him. First off, I need to figure out what exactly he's doing all the time. Because for most of that fight, I was like, "Oh, he's doing a bad, violent thing." Yep. Oh, he's doing another one. Something's gonna blow. Ah, he tricked me. Nim is tricksy. Yeah, his laser is scary, for sure.
Tobi over there.
Yep. Psycho Squirrel.
Just go along with that.
Oh. He just murdered my wire bugs. Not really, that's just kind of what it looked like. He like smacked me and knocked me out, and all my bows just got X'd out for a second. They're like, we can't help you, man. You're on your own. You should have thought about that before you started fighting Lightning Squirrel. This is what happens if Rocky from Rocky and Bullwinkle gets exposed to mutagen in the power plant. And I had... Oh, he's not done yet.
Oh, he did not leave?
No, I thought he was leaving. He was coming for me, apparently. He fakes me out. Like, hey, come back here. And then he just turns on a dime and comes right at my face. It must be my music. Everyone's a critic.
Poison endemic life?
Anything?
Oh, I do.
Oh, I've been underblighted.
You've been using it?
I have one thought. If you get one in, do that too?
What just hit me?
That was all of mine.
Does he have a new project? Oh, he threw a frickin' quill at me. Oh dear. Run, Zeta, run. I didn't even see it coming. I just, all of a sudden, I got hit all the way across the map. And it stunned me. I was just like, oh my god. Luckily, he ran up to me like he was going to finish me off. And then he was just like, yeah, how about that, bitch? And he turned around and ran away. I guess that was a warning shot, I suppose. But yeah, I didn't even see him shoot it. I need to pay more attention. A couple of these monsters already have some really sneaky... That's a sneaky range hit, for sure. Oof. He big bit me right in the junk. Did they take away Mining Zinogre's back? That's a bummer. I love Mining Zinogre. Yeah, I've noticed that too.
Like he's got adjustments that he just kind of like keeps out, but it's doesn't actually hit box.
I need to break. Should we break these quills that he shoots, or oh, I guess they just go away after a second. Okay. So I remember what's the big snake, the big viper that shoots like sonic quills or scales everywhere?
Cinderella.
Yeah. I was afraid for a second that maybe he developed something like that where he could like bounce electricity off of all of his quills or something, but yeah, it looks like they just fade away after a second. That would have been terrifying. Thanks for the lurk, Nocturne. Have fun, buddy. We'll see you in a bit. Gonna be here a while, so feel free to saunter on back in and watch me get my ass kicked more. I'd really like to get to this guy's face, but he does not like, he doesn't like it. Yeah, we need lots of Kieran. Oh, I didn't hit him with all of it. Nice. I'm really looking forward to fighting Kieran in this game.
check, make sure it's not.
I wanted to see how damage was with the horn buff, but it doesn't really seem much better.
I mean, it is a small buff at the moment. Yeah, Ken Asworth is talking about Kid and giant lightning danger corn. Super violent unicorn of doom. Pardon me while I collect some bones for my taxidermy side hobby.
Is that head?
These little guys over here getting involved. They're like those classic thugs in movies. They're just like they're all just standing around waiting for their turn to get their asses kicked. Like, okay, I'm gonna go in next. That was a beautiful. Your dog just face sniped him out of the air, and it was amazing. That was so great. Oh no, I made a mistake. I was a little late on that, and now he's blind, and he's probably gonna get real violent and crafty.
No idea.
I'm honestly having a lot of trouble telling what's broken on him and what's not.
I think the arm was probably broken.
I'm sure his face is broken because I know I hit it like 1,000 times back to back and knocked him out. And then repeatedly hit him after I knocked him out. So... what's a couple more ribs between friends? Missed. I need to get better at my... I need to get better at my backwards hits. One thing I love is that you could go through your entire performance, unleash your recital with the horn, and you can be right at the point where you're trying to unleash the final. What do they? I forget what they call it. But
Infernal Melody?
Yeah, there you go, Infernal Melody, and they can hit you and knock you out of it, and then you still have it. You still have the whole thing charged up, and it's like nice. That's kind of cool. There's your consolation prize for getting smacked out of the end of it there.
Anybody got a stink name?
I don't think I found one yet. Actually, I have dung bombs, but we don't really need that, do we?
Yeah, it's funny, dung bombs like aren't actually any good anymore.
Yeah.
You want the monsters to get near each other.
Right? They've kind of been knocked out of the running there a lot of the time. Now that we have the crazy silken arts. For those of you that don't know, dung bombs, you use them to get other monsters to go away. Because, a lot of the time you'll be fighting a monster, and then another monster comes flying in and starts totally ruining all your fun. And so you throw a dung bomb in their face, and like, oh god, it smells like shit. They fly away, or run away. But yeah, anymore, we want other monsters so we can, ride them and make them beat up the one that we're trying to kill. smash them into each other and stuff. Though granted, I guess if you got like all 3 monsters on you, then maybe you want to dung one of them and then use the other one for the moment.
Even then, you can just do.
You can have 2 people.
Mounting things.
Right.
Just, you know,
Yeah.
slide A into B and then slide B into C.
Exactly. Or have 2 people simultaneously ride monsters into the monster, another monster, which would also be really fun. I would love to see a party where we're just like, okay, 2 of us are riding monsters, and one of us is not. And all of us are just beating on this one poor monster. So great. Oh man, it's so fun. Beating up monsters with monsters is just the best. I was trying to be slick and roll past him. There's this flying squirrel guy. He really does not love my recital. He is not having it. Apparently he is not a fan of my genre of music.
Student of the arts.
Mm-mm.
Go ahead, try.
What?
Suplex.
Oh no. What's he gonna do? 25. Oh, cool. That was kind of fun. So you can slam him. That'll teach him.
Oh, alright.
Yes, we
So,
did.
What you're doing? Is this wall run?
And say, can we just? Okay,
Oh, I missed the.
that'll work. Nice. Finally got it off on there. He's not letting me do that before. The silk cords definitely help. Yeah, that's a big one. Also, we got nasty wyvern action up in here. And I got conspiratorial gifting in the chat. Very nice. Is the capture then? Okay, cool. That'll do. Wonderful. Well done, guys. Pretty fast. Considering Flippy Squirrel and us just starting here. You know what that means. Oh, it's too late. It means I fall on my ass. That's why. Oh, hey, look, we got Flash Bombay support move. Deflagration relief? The hell is that?
Sounds intense.
Yeah, it does. One of my buddies just got a real crazy sounding ability. Allow me to provide some relief from your deflagration. You don't want to make a spectacle, right?
I forgot to ask if you needed the pelts or skins, because those are a carved thing.
Don't particularly need anything from Toby at the moment.
Same. I think for now he's just another monster in the bank.
could use some materials from the lava caverns, though.
Well, I could use some materials from old Doodle Maggot. And he's in the lava caverns.
Moichiro.
Yeah. Wait, why do I still have the urgent rampage quest, rampage approaches?
Did you maybe not talk to people before we did that rampage?
I have talked to everybody that I can talk to. There have been no new dialogues for me in a minute.
Maybe rampage works unlike the other urgents and person with quest has to post it.
Maybe, I guess. That's weird. Because but I guess that's not a true urgent because I am Hunter rank 3. Like that was Maggot Doodle. So, huh. Oh well. Whatever.
So, do you want to do the rampage urgent or Magnamama?
I will leave that completely up to you two.
Oh, why don't you post the urgent so that we can make sure you get credit, and then we'll have access to that system probably.
You're probably right. That is actually probably what's exactly going on. That would make sense. That would answer all of our questions. Like, why am I not getting credit for this? Yeah, no, I want to get that weapon. And when I make that weapon, I'm going to get some shards, and I can use those shards to make Alistar some gear from him as well. And then I kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Dango Harvester. Well, I'm not going to be using that this one, but that's nice to have. Don't need Moxie for this. I don't need Polisher for this either, really. Actually, let's... I forgot we were doing this quest. Let's change this up a little bit. I don't even want Dango in this game. Makes me want Dango so badly. We good? Alright. Siege it up! I love when you get, I love when you get random text from your buddy that's like, Solomon Grundy want pipes too! One of my good friends and I are starting a side venture making tobacco pipes. I'm going to be carving some out of wood and sculpting some with earthenware clays. For fun. And he got some, he has some cool books on it and stuff he's going to loan me. I'm doing research on some nice wood carving kits right now. Something I've been wanting to do anyhow. And this is a nice simple project to get started on it. Because I haven't done much wood carving in a long time. I've been mostly doing additive sculpture, not a lot of subtractive. Okay. If you all don't mind, I would really... What do we got here? Oh, repel using cannon. Okay, if you don't mind, I'm going to actually switch this back ballista to a cannon.
Yeah, whatever you want, except we don't have cannons right now.
Oh, we don't have them yet? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, when we have one, I'm going to do that, because I would like to... I want to experiment with them more. Plus, it's one of our side objectives, so...
Two of them are actually elemental blights and repel using cannons.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to replace this with a dude, unless one of you is going to get up here. It's cool that you can summon Fugan as a hero and have him just wreck people.
Yeah, you can get the maidens too, the twins.
Oh, cool. What do they fight with?
Like beams of light. I don't know.
Oh, I see. Well,
one lances, one bows.
Okay, I was gonna say they are creepy twins, so I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Oh shoot! This guy's gotta go. He is destroying my platform over here. Excellent. Thank you.
So I guess we could.
Well, then it's a mixture. We can what?
We could, think about like the Dom and the Dragon Eaters in the first place. Usually don't end up moving all that.
Yeah.
Oh, double.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
Should be hawking these over here. Yeah, Ken Esworth, then it would be a mixture. It wouldn't be added or subtracted. It would be both. I'm using wood putty. Also, if I'm making a pipe and I'm using wood putty, I'm doing something very, very wrong. That's not going to be something anyone's going to want to use. Oh, cool. There's our little sub-quest if we wanted to. Not that there's any reason for us to want to leave by sub-quest right now, but it's nice that we have the option. Tetranodon! Oh, he's big. That is a big boy. Look at that. Look at that SOB. Freaking huge. Oh! Oh, we got an upgrade. I can get my cannon now. Excellent. Oh, shoot. Wrong one. Not auto cannon. I am the cannoneer. How dare you try to steal my thunder, random citizen? Oh no, our wall, our beautiful wall. Uh-oh. Monster coming again. My cannon can shoot. Countersink back. It's hard for me to tell how far I think that's the edge of my... Oh no, he is in it. Is he gonna... Oh, he died right when it was en route. That's too bad. I had a present en route for him, but he vanished like as it was on its way to him. Major threat. You know what? I feel like this where I am right now should be a ballista, and I should move the cannon back. I'm gonna do that.
Or you can fire the cannon at your friends.
I mean, that's always a good idea. Actually, I'm gonna put. Let's see what happens if I do this. Doink. And then, do we want a bomb down here?
Yeah, it's not a bad idea, although do we already have all three placed?
Do we? Yes, okay.
Do we have another wyvern?
I just put one up, I put a wyvern fire up on this, on the right side if we're facing the gate.
That one here.
I'm gonna sit here on ground level with the cannon for fun and see how badly I get mobbed. Always a good decision. We put a large, slow, clunky gun in the path of massive enemy incursion. Somehow managed to not get any elemental blights on enemies thus far. Bear is like on top of me. Please no bear. Oh, come on, I was blocking and he still punched me off of it and almost destroyed my cannon in one hit. What the hell is that? Get that out of here. Darn Winnie the Pooh. I'm getting rid of him.
Invincible, not leaving.
Oh, hey there, big boy. Where are you going? Oh my. Dude, just... Oh no! He kicked... Where the heck did he come from? I swear he shot me from the other direction, but then he appeared behind me. And he poisoned me. You know, I was doing so well with my elemental blights and my cannon repels, and you had to come in here and wreck my steeds, you little shit. Get revenge on this sucker. It's hard for me to tell where they're attacking sometimes and how. The roguey.
Yeah.
Well, I'll miss you, Cannon. You were good. You were good to me. I got spit upon. But yes, I seem to have gotten at least better at my cannoning job, so progress has been made. Oh, looks like I made a new friend immediately. Can someone take down that flyer?
He already interrupted me.
Yeah, he's a punk ass. the very first thing he did, he like fly over the gate and he's like, "Hi there," and he shot me in the face and knocked me off the cannon. I'm just like, you asshole! I just got here. I finally get my cannon back, and you're immediately just like, nope.
Does cannon in the face enough, or was that somebody else?
Cannon in the face certainly can. I've had lots of interrupts. I've also been on the receiving end of plenty of interrupts. Oh, well, there went my cannon again. Ouch. It's pretty awesome, especially when there's a bunch of monsters like clustered up and stuff. The cannon seems to do quite a bit of damage. I'm not sure how how effective the blights are outside of you know, getting the objective done. But in terms of like actual damage, the cannonballs and the pure shots seem to be pretty good. Really. I don't exactly understand the trajectory on the elemental cannonballs sometimes. They're kind of odd. We only need one more.
So, yeah, we need to make sure we get the control flyers. So I'll get on the list.
Whoops! So much for that machine gun. Zader's out. Oh, it's kind of funny. Is that another? What is that? Just throw on the gate. Is it Kezu? Oh no, looks like Rami. They are really going to town over there on that. Ouch! Oh my god, this roguey just messed me up. Or my cannon up, rather. I think he just hit it like 3 times in a row. And he's chasing me. He chased me over to the gate, or to the... Oh wow. That elemental flight starts happening real fast all of a sudden, doesn't it? Is that from the gong?
Probably.
Cool. That's pretty awesome.
Okay, why?
Which one? Which why? The letter?
Oh, you have lots of... Okay, so I hit a retreat shot on 2 that weren't 2 Gravio, that weren't doing anything. Animations can make them immune to stuff.
Really?
Yeah, like if they're recovering from something, that in particular does.
Yeah, it's really obvious on the Kappa monsters when they do the big like lean back roar. Their heads exposed, but they don't care.
Right. Okay. Interesting. I guess that just goes wherever my cannon's actually pointed.
Oh, we only need 2 more.
Elemental.
Yeah, I know I'm working on it, but I need more monsters, and he's the last one. I tried my best.
That one's pretty difficult.
I got close,
Yeah.
and I did get the repel one done at least.
I was using cannons for a bit too, and I don't know, they seem alright, but it's just like the map gets so out of control when you don't have enough people on ballista.
Yeah.
So probably be good to at least have one person doing ballista.
We need one person on ballista all the time for sure,
Taking flyers down.
and then probably one that
keeping
switches
siegers
back
done.
and forth, right?
So what?
We need to have one person that's always on the ballista, and we need to have one person that's switching back and forth, probably. And then one person.
Like at the beginning of the wave when you need to get stuff under control, have 2 on ballista.
Right, and then switch to like cannon and or maybe something else to make sure that we get the drive off and the elemental bonuses, and switch back to ballista to control, then switch again. Because we almost got it. We almost had everything that time. We were really close. Unfortunately, I just couldn't get that last 2 in there because I kind of ran out of monsters. But it went pretty well. We got a lot of rewards too. It's beautiful. Victory! Yeah, I got a plate. Rathian plate.
Nice.
Which I'm like, especially this early, hell yeah.
So you were saying another Magnamalo?
Yes. Now I got talk to Hojo. He gave me the deeds. I need to talk to her. All right,
Yeah, I'm
Benodo.
gonna take a quick break and be right back.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think I'll try that too.
I was gonna say this is a good time for everybody to take a break. Let's go ahead and do
I agree.
water and stretching break. I'm gonna step away for a minute to refresh my drinks, maybe grab a snack and use the bathroom real quick, and we'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Let's go ahead and talk to a couple people while I wait for my compatriots to return. I hope Zader will like it. What do you got for me? Oh! Kimitsu the Sweet Tooth. It looked like Sociopath when I was running up because part of it was blocked. Like, oh, let's go talk to Kimitsu the Sociopath. That sounds like a good idea. I hope Zader will like what I have for him. Should I be concerned? A garb of glad tidings. You put it on your Kohoot and it brings you good... Oh, we got something for Archimedes. I have an important matter to discuss. Nice, here we go. Ramping up. Okay, well that's kind of cool. So I can ramp it up. Let's do that, please. Ooh. Attack 6, defender to 6%, defense plus 10. I gotta take the affinity. Just having a chance to crit will be lovely. Must. Sweet. Got it. We've been ramped. What am I looking at? Okay, good. So I can upgrade. Let's catch him up just a wee bit. We're one armor sphere shy of doing another upgrade. That's okay though. Any upgrades are good upgrades. Alright. Hellfire. Wait, this quest will not be registered as completed as you have not yet unlocked it. Okay. That's fine. As long as I get to do it, I don't give a shit. As long as they don't swoop in at the very end and take away all of my my gear.
You're hunter rank 2 still. Why are you still hunter rank 2?
What? I thought it showed me as 3.
Looks like you're 2 in the lobby right now.
It does look like I'm 2 in the lobby right now. Why am I still 2? What? Oh, I have another rampage quest. Oh, but it's low rank. Because I never finished my key quests.
In hunter rank 2?
Yeah, I guess not.
Okay, so you never got the Magnamalo urgent. You just had the rampage.
I had the rampage thing, and it said urgent.
Yeah.
So we got confused. Well, I got confused. And then I confused everyone else, because it's contagious.
So how many key quests in hunter rank 2 do you have?
I need 2 more. I have 3.
Well, why don't you post one of the ones you need?
Alright, well, what would y'all prefer? What is it? A Bashatin? I guess that's a new one. Pale Shadow. Oh, it's a Kezu. Everyone's favorite Thunder Anus. We can do a Bulbadon. He's usually very quick and dead. Rathian? Let's do Rathian.
Alright.
Rathian is classic.
Let's keep longsword then.
So no difference though so far, you think? Really? In your opinion of longsword?
Oh, for longsword.
Early game?
Yeah, longsword, I don't know. It feels pretty underpowered compared to what I'm used to.
Right.
In this generation, just like the motion values seem kind of abnormally low.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly, I feel like the triple hit on Spirit Slash 3, like I could have sworn it used to be higher hitting. I haven't looked up motion values yet, but it does Garbo for damage, and then it's just, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, on longsword, I'm, hitting in the low 20s on most hits, and like it doesn't hit that quickly. Whereas like on Hunting Horn, I'm just like casually hitting for 30 to 40 on like a ton of different moves, and it is, easier to connect with in a lot of cases.
Well, yeah, the Hunting Horn is stupid.
My longsword is not the best, though. I would need 30 bones from the volcano to make a slightly better one. So I think it's kind of just death by 1,000 cuts. Like, it's a little long in the tooth. My longsword is. I think my Hunting Horn is probably in a position where I just made it, and it's, like, for the moment, really strong.
Right.
But then I've also got that Rampage skill on it, which I think is probably an effective early game skill, but like probably is not.
It's gonna fall off.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's kind of what I was thinking too. It seems like the longsword might just be one of those weapons that's gonna shine a whole lot more when you have more abilities and more sharpness. Maybe.
I wonder about some of the other like switch skills too, because I think weapons get another one later.
I mean, they must get. You would think they'd get a bunch, right? Ultimately. I do have the quest up too.
Oh yeah.
Just so you don't accidentally jump into the wrong one, and then you're like, "Wait, where'd you guys go?" And we're like, "Oh, we're fighting a Rathian. Where are you?" After all, we know how much you love the Wrath family.
I do like the Wrath family.
Yeah, a lot. Especially after you farmed one of them. Like, was that Azur?
It was Azur.
For like
I think it was,
50 solo hunts or something?
it was like 40 or 50 kills.
Yeah. Not counting the ones that we did with you to help get that stuff.
No, I think that was counting the ones.
Oh, okay. That's
that
good.
was all of the ones after I started counting.
That's good. I thought that you were like, yeah, we did a bunch of them, but then I still had to do like 50 on my own. And I was like, damn, dude. I'm so sorry. Oh, we're good. All right, let's do this crazy thing called love.
It's hard to know the odds exactly because it varies based on how many of the mantle locations you're targeting. But
Exactly.
I calculated average rates for a typical run when I was solo farming and calculated the odds at something like 1 in a few thousand.
Wow.
Not my kind of odds.
No.
Just throwing it out there.
The funny thing was, like, that wasn't even a particularly great weapon. Like, it was a fire greatsword or something. It's
Yeah.
just, like, what I had been using, and I really wanted to upgrade it, and got really stubborn when, like, I started not dropping mantles.
Right? You're like, I'm gonna get that thing. You can't stop me, bitch.
What are we here for? Rathian?
Rathian. Oh, I forgot to bring an ant. No, I do have antidotes. That's right. They're standard.
Oh, and yellow? Okay, I see that. I can't ever find my arrow on the map.
Yeah, I've been talking about that a lot because that's something I've complained about since the beginning was that when you first start the party, it should dictate your color and it should stay the same. But for some reason, it's like whoever posts the quest, I guess, it swaps the color order. So it's like every quest we do, everyone's colors are different. It's really confusing. Like I've been blue for most of today, but now I'm red.
Yeah. Quest poster is always red, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it messes with my head. And also, what the hell is this thing? Ew, he has a little hand at the end of his tail. Oh, I don't like it. That's
fighting the monkey.
I mean, no, he's like a little wyvern thing. He looks like kind of like a bat, like a fuzzy bat. And he's throwing fruit at me, but he's got a big tail with a hand at the end of it. Yeah, it's real gross. It looks like King Shark's hand. It's kind of webbed. Big gnarly fingers. Too many of them. Actually, I know exactly what it looks like. It looks like Steppenwolf's hand from the Snyder Cut of Justice League. When he like reaches out to try to hit Superman at the end, and Superman just kind of like casually like lets it go right past him and then counterattacks him.
What the actual fuck?
That much, huh? Now I wonder how much old Rathian has changed. So was Rathian the first poster child? Like the original?
I thought it was Rathalos, but...
Was it Rathalos? Okay. Oh, are we at the point where we need... I know we are, aren't we? We're like at the point where we need life max up. Max potions. Because my life bar suddenly got very tiny. This quest. Anyone else, or am I crazy?
That's it.
Okay. Why did my life bar shrink?
Forget to eat?
Oh, no, I didn't forget to eat, but maybe I didn't eat things that gave me life this time?
I don't think that's the thing anymore.
Well, then I don't understand how I'd have so much less life than I did ever previously. Less stamina, too.
In the Rampage quests, you get bugs that just maxes you out completely. So
Well, I know, but I've only played Rampage quests a couple of times. I've been playing normal quests the whole game, and my life bar and my stamina bar are much smaller than they have been.
Don't know.
I don't either. I'm interested in this.
Oh fuck, I'm sorry.
It's alright. I got my shit combo off anyway.
Ah, I missed his fires. Now, of course, watch my chat, or later I'll go back to review the VOD, and it's going to be like, you didn't eat. I mean, I could check it right now. I could look at my status. Now I don't want to. I was so sure I ate. You know what? I didn't. I know I didn't. Because I was going to do it before I walked away. I sat down. And then I was like, well, I'll eat when I get back. So I stood back up. And then I think I got back and I immediately ran out to check on quest completion. Whoops. Well. It's like Zader's doing this one hungry. Wait, is it Rathian or Rathios that's the female?
Rathian and the green one is female.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, she's being feisty. Oh no, the tail flip. Oh no. I was so scared I was gonna get hit by it and I didn't. Yeah, the old classic tail flipperoonie. Definitely not something you want to get hit by. The end of Rathian and Rathalos' tails are poisonous, so if they hit you with that, then it's no bueno. How many charges in a row did she just do? 3. Us? Okay.
When did she had 5 in one of them, right? Like a 5?
Yes, but I don't think until like the highest rank, right? Wasn't that like a G rank thing?
I don't remember. Probably.
I mean, I would imagine. I would hope she didn't have 5 charges at high rank. It is hard to keep track of, though, which iterations they build up what in which way. Aside from the overall ramping in the game, I honestly have a lot of trouble remembering when they added what to whom. Of course, I also had mixed up Tempered and Apex in my head. That naming doesn't make any sense to me. I don't think they know what the word tempered means. Oh, there's Handy Tail over there. Just flew down where we were. I still haven't gotten to see all of the crazy fish in action. The fish traps.
Oh yeah.
Droop told me about him, but I haven't seen it happen yet.
Hey. Dragon throwing. Favorite sport.
Oh shoot, that reminds me. Oh, what was it? Oh, what's the new, like, the mascot monster called of the village? The Kappa? I forget what its name is.
Whoa, okay, I haven't seen anybody try to pick up before.
Shoot. How do I get to where you guys are? Let's see. I need my detailed map.
Okay, let's do it. Okay, is that right?
Are you guys above ground?
Yeah. Yeah.
We are up, yeah.
Shoot. Okay. I don't know how to get up to where you are. I fell down. I'm in like this really deep ravine, and you're like right above me. But I'm trying to figure out how to get up there, and I'm having a little trouble. There must be a greater wire bug place around here somewhere.
Probably just like leave the underground cave area and then start wire bugging up a cliff face.
I mean, I'm trying to find. Oh! I just walked around the side, and it's right here. I was trying to find one. The cliff face was just so sheer, I couldn't make it up, even with 3. But yeah, no. It turns out it's just kind of a spiraling mountain. So I'm just dumb. I should have just looked further before I asked. God, that tail whip. I gotta get used to fighting Rathian with the frickin' horn again. This is not the kind of weapon I'm used to fighting this monster on.
Tail over here.
Ooh, don't mind if I do. If I'd known that tail was there, I would have been frickin' carving it. when the monster was trying to bite my head off. I almost feel like... I know, it's like we gotta lure it back over here so I can carve it while I have aggro. Otherwise, where's the adventure? This water lacks spice. Oh, she's fuming. Like, it's like a teenager over here stomping about in her room. After going up and slamming the door and screaming, "I hate you!"
You're not my real mom.
No, you're not my real mom. That was the next one. Oh, man. One thing I have always wished is that if you cut off Raph's tail, that they wouldn't be able to poison you anymore. But apparently their entire poison is toxic, so...
Oh. Did somebody else get it?
I did,
Yeah,
I guess.
Okay.
Where did the other... Oh, there it is.
I know auto target for a lot of stuff.
Okay, well that was stupid.
True.
Oh well. Whatever, it worked. She wound up going face first into something and getting hurt, so I'll take it. Would have liked to do a little bit more, but, you know, sometimes it is what it is. Also, stupid handy butt just, like, got rolled onto me and knocked me off a damn cliff when I was in the middle of starting to do my recital. Like, oh, here we go, I got her, perfect opportunity, and then all of a sudden this other monster just like rolls into me and just knocks me off a cliff.
That was me.
That's hilarious.
Oh, that's awful.
That's great. I love stuff like that.
If it's not the monster messing you up, it's your friend.
Haha, nothing can stop me now. Oh god! It's like a tank falls on my head. Oh man. Oh nice, Alistar just... What did he cast on us? Oh, he just gave us another buff, like an all-purpose buff. It looks like sweet. So we get some double buff action. Yet another reason to have a Palico in the party. And after all, I am playing a horn, so you got double horn. So I have a support Palico as well. Double your pleasure and double your fun. Played that a little close to the vest. Oh, her scream canceled my infernal melody. I was gonna try to knock her out of the air. She was right in front of my face. Oh, nice. Alistar's got her. Yeah, reel her in, Keek. Haha, you're not going anywhere, Rathy. He's got her on a short leash. Look at him crank that thing. It's hilarious. Oh, she already went. Nice. No, there she goes.
Oh, fuck, sorry.
Oh, hey, that reminds me. I wonder if we can flash them out of the air when they're trying to run away again.
We can, but you have to be really...
Quick.
We managed to do it on, who was it? At the end?
I think so, yeah.
Awesome. Yeah,
I'm not sure
Okay. I tried to do it on her there, but I unfortunately, right when I got close enough to throw it where it would have been in front of her face, she took off, and I don't think it would have hit her because she shoots up so quickly right there.
Angle or distance that you were trying for? Because angle is more important as far as I know.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't have... Both. Distance. Because if I had thrown it at the right angle for it to be in front and above her, it would have fallen short of being in front of her face. So, it wouldn't have hit her. She would have just taken off, and the flash would have been behind her. But I was trying. I was trying to dash up behind her so I could do it right when she took off. Just couldn't quite make it in time. But yeah, I'm relieved to hear that, because that was something that I really hated that they changed. I was like, come on, man, that's the whole point.
Probably wake up with a horn hit.
Alright. Be right there, hopefully. Whoops. That's not what I was trying to do. I think I'm almost to you. I think I'm going the right way. I can see your names dancing.
Oh, I can see that you're a little bit out there.
Yeah, I went the wrong way initially, and then I got stuck. And also, I'm not sure if you are... Yeah, you're below me. I see you. Okay, cool. Just in time to see her get real angry again. Luckily, she's also probably not very well rested. I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you. There's no way in hell I'm not putting these free flash bombs to use, miss. Can't burst fire anymore either, too tired. Good. That's what we like to see. Goodbye, miss. We appreciate you. There's my easy flash celebratory fireworks. I don't know if you got it. There's some nice shinies in the corner. You probably already did, but just in case.
File.
You say there's a bone pile?
I said I think I saw that pile.
Oh, there is a bone pile though, right here.
Yeah, I got that before carving rapid.
Not I, mon frere. I have unfortunately missed carving a monster too many times. I'm gonna stick my hands in this pile of crap too while I'm here. I wonder if they're ever gonna give us anything else to make out of dung aside from a dung bomb.
So what do you want to make out of dung besides a dung bomb?
How about a whole set? How about a weapon? How about just a total shit set? That'd be pretty funny. Like, dude, that is a really messed up looking set. What is that made out of? Shit. so still have
One more?
one more. What is, let's see here. Oh, there's a second page. Oh, we've already done Dead Ringer. Okay, so those are not key quests anyways. Oh, this one will be fast. Let's just kill the Volvidon. Poor little Dung Jian armor set. Very nice, Nocturne. You should get double pun points for that one. Our poor little, he paralyzed. Is he paralyzed? I forget. Paralyzed or stink?
Both.
Both, okay. Little stinky electric armadillo. Actually, I need to be registering my Dango. Since I'm a regular at this fine bellying establishment. I need to show everyone at some point the village animation for eating too. They have their act together way better in here than out there. A bunch of damn klepses in the village.
I don't know, throwing like 8 chopsticks through the air and impaling all of the Dongo onto a plate is pretty impressive.
Oh, it is very impressive. And then trying to walk over with it, they trip and like dropping them all over the place.
It's just one of them. It's just the one cat.
The one cat.
And the girl are very competent, and they make up for the difference.
True. Very true. I should say that the server is a klutz.
And it's a problem too, because the cats are twins, so you can't really tell them apart.
You can't tell them apart, right?
It's impossible to know which one you should fire.
That's why they haven't been fired yet. She's like, well, one of them picks up the other one's slack, so I don't want to fire the wrong one. So the whole restaurant goes under. And when you're the only restaurant in the village, everyone takes it very seriously. Like, all these people eat are government-issued rations and Dango. That's how you know they're not human.
Oh, I'm not ready. Hold on.
Like somebody chopped off the top of your horn, Valeria.
Maybe I did.
Actually, it looks pretty comfortable. I should just sit up there.
It'll be less comfortable when I'm hitting monsters with you.
That's true. I am pretty hard-headed, though. You good? You good, Drew?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Yes, yes, you do Nocturne, and also the village song is different too. I think so. You get 2 of them, which is even better. Double your pleasure and double your fun. Oh, I didn't notice sending Archimedes off before. That's kind of cool. I started the quest with him on my arm, and I was like, hey, did a little falconer, go get it. He flew off. I never saw that. Whoops. And there are never enough amazingly tasty meats and veggies. Just never enough. Oh, it's never enough. Is Volby here an uppie or downy?
He's all the way at the end, the north end of the map.
Okay. I don't know if the way I'm going is going to get me there or not, because I'm sliding down a tunnel into an abyss of caves. So we'll find out where this takes me. Oh, I found the Mellings gatherings area. Neat. I hadn't actually seen one of those yet in this game. I've also found some ruins, apparently. This looks like the kind of place they would hide one of those relics. Yep, I just found one. And a bone pile. Oh yeah, man. Hunters are ridiculous. They probably have to eat like tens of thousands of calories or something. they're superheroes. Effectively.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
Who thinks that para shot?
Not me, I'm not there yet. Whoa!
Does it have to be a launch? Do you know?
Oh, they're up there. Shit. I finally figured out where you guys are.
Oh my god. There again.
Yes!
Okay.
Apparently...
Wait, do you know if that did anything?
Oh. Look at him roll. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Bolvedon keeps going. Rawhide. I thought that said bubble cactus, and I got really excited. The bubble bobble theme started playing in my head. And then I realized it said bobble cactus, and I was a little disappointed. This game requires more Bub and Bob. Speaking of double your pleasure. Oh, I forgot about his tongue. He just lick-a-tongued me. Oh, tongue-adillo. So wait, so Magadoodle was our urgent for this level, right? Okay, cool. Oh, perfect. Because I wanted to fight him anyways. It's not too much of a setback to have to be my urgent. So I wanted to fight him and I hadn't done either of these quests yet. But I wish I would have realized that was not like a proper urgent. I still don't understand the way some of that works. It seems like they've streamlined it, but also because I'm so used to all the old systems, it's more confusing at the beginning. I guess now too, your gathering hub and your village share hunter rank completion, which is nice.
No, I think it prioritizes one. I think it prioritizes hub.
Okay.
Wait,
Well,
completion of quest completion?
what I mean by that is that before you would have to completely build up your hunter rank in one and completely build it up separately in the other. In this one, that's not the case. Which is nice. That's definitely a new and very, very good improvement. Especially if you've got like friends you want to play with and they've been playing for a while and you just start. Then you can just focus on only one thing. What? Oh, did I pick up a damn... I did. I picked up an egg by accident. I was like, what happened to me? I think I broke my legs, guys. Nope, just had some unintended additional weight, that's all. Did I just go the wrong... Oh no, I need to come up here so I can go around to get to you. Okay. I wind up taking the long way every damn time to get to where you guys are, I swear. I just want to hunt monsters. I don't want to do parkour. Don't want to ride dogs. I don't want to do parkour. I just want to fight monsters. Don't want to maze run. Matter if I'm using everything too efficiently. I forgot Billy has a heart too. What songs are you using, Billy?
Catch up on
Terminator. Oh, so stunned. His little side roll always cracked me up. He like raises up and raises his arms and he's like, man, and he just rolls sideways. It looks really silly. Maybe we'll see. Let's see after. I might switch weapons to a gun. this. Or, well, maybe after Maggot Boy. So we don't have two horns. I don't know why, but sometimes my Infernal Melody does not go off, and I haven't been able to figure it out yet.
Some mount action over here.
Oh yeah, looks like it. Somebody is desperately cruising for a bruising. Or that bruising was jonesing for a cruising. Perhaps is more appropriate. Welcome back, Savvy. I had such a great setup, but I overestimated my range and I didn't get at the end of it. I was in like the perfect position too. Oh, and then you spit paralysis right onto me. Oh, look at me twitch. Oh, that is the worst it's ever looked. It looks so bad. Like I just got tased in the face. Holy crap, that stun animation is brutal. It's really funny. I wonder if there are going to be a lot of abilities that feed into these little bugs and stuff that you get as temporary boosts.
Armor skills that improve.
Armor skills, food skills, yeah. I'm curious. They're an interesting little idea. I like the, have you seen the schools of fish in the Frost Island?
I think so.
They're all swimming around in circles, and you can just like intercept them, and they all buff you. It almost feels like a racing game or something, like, you know, like F-Zero or something, where you're like flying through multiple bonus, like. It's kind of neat. I like those little guys. No, I was just derping around in there. I was trying to farm a few bone piles from that area to upgrade one of my weapons. And I was just like, oh, look, there's like a giant circle of different colored fish swimming around in here. And then, yeah, it's really cool. It's like you intercept them and they're all just like, when you watch all your bonuses fly up. I thought that was a neat little touch. Okay. That's a strange, chibi little picture you have there. Yeah. Not sure who that was supposed to be. Alright, so now I should have my urgent quest. For real.
Now you should have the real urgent.
Hold up. Wait a minute. That's a 22. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew. Alright, Hojo. Give me the goods. And please stop teasing this poor tadpole. Or pollywog. It's funny too, because Sabby just started streaming FF7 a couple of weeks ago. And so I had Hojo on the brain, and then I start this game, and it's like, and here's another Hojo being a total asshole, and like, just messing with poor living creatures. Is this just a Hojo thing? Now I feel as though if I ever meet anyone in real life named Hojo, I'm just gonna be like, oh, so you're one of those.
Can't hardly imagine meeting somebody named Hojo.
I mean, I would hope not. I guess you would know if that were a name that you might find in, like, I don't know. I don't know what Hojo is supposed to be. I always thought he was like, I thought it was like a Japanese name, but not a common one. Sure, why not? Just hashtag just Hojo things. That is just how Hojo do. Fortune Caller sometimes increases number of reward items received at end of quest. Well, first I want to make sure that I don't die too much. And he has a unique element, right? He does hellfire, not fire. Okay, so food buffs aren't going to help you on him in terms of element.
He's got his own special food item, probably.
Maybe.
I don't think I've seen it yet, but I don't know that I've had a much reasonable pop, you know.
I understood what you said, Drew, but FYI, you do sound kind of like you're speaking underwater. You're real garbled, robotic.
That might be a net thing, I'm not sure.
Okay.
It dropped me from call earlier, but without any, like, indication.
Yeah, we didn't get any, or at least I didn't get any sounds or anything from it happening. I didn't know.
Yeah, like, it showed me still in there. I don't know if my mic was still lighting up when I would talk, but...
Yeah, I obviously don't know either, since I can't see your... I'm not looking at Discord. My whole screen is OBS, because that's what I'm playing through. I love how eager and excited this Calico looks while you're starting to eat and drink everything. He's like, oh, yeah! Every time. It's great. Is he gonna like it? Is he gonna like that? Are there any other items on this guy? Oh, I should bring, yeah, I do. I need to have trap stuff. certainly at least trank bombs. Because we don't want a prolonged fight with this asshole.
Hello, what's this drop table like?
I mean, okay, maybe Marble Dice wants a prolonged fight with this guy.
Capture if you need a horn. There's a rare that up to 3% from capture, 1% if you're not very looking.
I am looking, but I don't mind listening.
It looks like it's dependent on Skeet's horn, Ghost Prism's carve, Blade the tail thing, Scales the carve. So we might want to kill, so we could do damage trap. Unless you know what you're looking for.
I mean, I don't know. I'd rather get rare drop, I think.
That's fair.
I like rare drops. I mean, I need the scoot.
Well, that's a capture for sure.
I need 3 scoot.
Yeah, so let's capture.
Fair enough.
Was Nocturne not a fan of the current music selection? I can change it.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because I have it's set so it's based on whoever's hub it is. I think it's an option in the menus. I guess since I'm the one streaming, I should probably set it so that it's based on me. But for the moment, I guess it's based on you. So.
Was it agreeable? I thought to ask it earlier, but I forgot to.
Did they say something in Twitch? Or not Twitch, in Discord?
Nothing in general.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't see any comments about the music.
Okay.
There aren't any in chat, unless I missed something. Oh, we're good. Alright, let's do this thing.
Alright, so we're capturing for rares.
Yes.
Might as well. And scoots.
Scoot, scoot, shadoo, doo, 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 doo.
I think I want to check for aesthetics, but I don't know if I want to actually use it.
Oh, wait. Oh, that's not a place I can go. Whoops. Those are some serious jowls. Like, wow.
Yeah, I was like, wow.
Yes, apparently everything sounds great except Drewbot.
Unfortunate.
Well, you sound fine now. Like, you sound normal now. It was only for a second. Like, when you initially started talking, like, right before I commented on it, it was like, I could barely understand you. But I did make out what you were saying. And then you replied about that happening, and you were much more intelligible already, and now you sound normal. So it was probably, like you said, it was probably like a brief network something.
Anybody at him yet?
No. Or at least I'm not.
I found it.
I found a cool lava slide, though. Oh, that's really cool looking.
Fuck off.
Also, look at that smoke billowing up. That looks trippy as hell. Holy crap. Oh, there's a Volvodon with a bunch of mods flying around him over here. Too bad I ain't got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Okay.
Why can't I see your names? Are you all above or underground?
Under.
Okay.
We're in the Crypt Lake area.
Cool. I have no idea what that means, but I'm on my way.
Oh, good point.
Ah, now I see where you are. Cool. Almost there.
Just in time for him to leave.
Of course. That's usually how it goes. Oh, I have the little red bar above my life thing too now. And I have not been affected by anything yet.
Maybe not have the little red ring now.
So I'm like, what does that mean? I've not attacked anything. I've not been hit by anything. Wait. I did pick up one of those lantern things, though. Maybe that did it?
Oh, I know the turtle gives you a similar bar. And it's just kind of like...
I'll bet that's what it is. I'll bet it was that lantern thing. I forget what they're called. 'Cause I grabbed one of those on the way here. And that's pretty much all I've done. Whatever it was that I have, something just happened that reduced the bar by about 60%. Flipping out? Okay, cool. Just making sure. Oh, that does surprisingly no damage. That does a little bit more. Yeah, he did that little like jump startup, and he hit me with the initial flip, like the leap. Oh shit. Okay, he's being mean to me. I might be in trouble. I'm not sure what he does next. Alright, I think I'm and it hit me for like a 20th of my life at the absolute most. It's kind of surprising. Anyone else have trouble kind of telling what this guy's tail is doing?
Yeah, the swap. If I've seen that bottom a couple few times.
Okay. So this is me then.
Yeah, for sure.
I seem to have trouble telling what he's doing with his tail. I don't think he's hit me with it yet, but I'm constantly like, what the hell is his tail doing? I'm worried about it. Whew, okay, well he almost got me with it right there. I'm not even sure what the trajectory of that attack was. It looked really weird from my angle. And there he goes. What a little shit. I 100% do not regret taking Deflector for this. That was what I was missing the last time we fought him. Ooh, sidebar. Marble dice. Have you finished WandaVision and begun Falcon and Winter Soldier? God, those trips are not long-lived. The trip is so short-lived, it looks like he's just rolling over, like he's being cute or something, like, ah! And then he just keeps on kicking.
Unfortunate timing there.
Is that the tail?
Yeah.
Oh! Well, I finally got to see what that cloud did. Zayder hurt. Ouch. I was like right in the thick of that cloud when it exploded. He also just flew like directly over my head as I was looting his tail with that crazy flying attack that murdered me last time. I just got very lucky twice in a row. Shit. Someone's being feisty. Also, Drew, your dog is going totally bonkers with that Kamigawa over there. It's great. It looks so off. I love that so much. Dogs with chain sickles is the best. There's a few good smacks. He is just not having it. Oh dear. Oh, also, Drew, I was going to tell you, speaking of the idea of follow-up attacks on the ground, I got hit by a couple more. And I know that you said the Bareth one turned out not to be. So it was probably a latency issue in what I was seeing on my screen. But the ones that I got hit by either were a latency issue or they've changed mounting or pinning. They had to be. Because there was no way in hell I got knocked on my butt. I was knocked down on the ground and then I got like jumped on and could not recover. At all. I couldn't do anything. And it killed me. So I don't know what's going on, but at least, oh shit, but at least some monsters have some abilities that will knock you on the ground somehow and you can't do anything. There's not like a pinning bar or anything like that, or even an animation. Like, I was just stuck. Kappa dude did it. He rushed forward and grabbed me and like picked me up with both hands and then threw me. And it like threw me through the air and I face planted and then I was like stuck laying on the ground and I couldn't get up and then he jumped on me. And it did a ton of damage. FYI.
That is a good eye.
So yeah, I don't know if you'd seen that one yet, but don't let him get you. It didn't feel good. It's like he Zangiefed me. He has like is that what do they call it? Billy, what's the term? Or sorry. Well, I mean, in fight, like the general term in fighting games for the mechanic of like a command, like a move that's a throw, but it's not like a throw.
Command throw?
Is it called a command throw? Okay, well that was what was in my head, but I didn't think that was like the right term. So awesome, I actually did. I had it right. But yeah, Kappa Boy has a command throw apparently, so don't get hit by it.
Did he just do the thing in the flip?
Yes. Yes,
Cool.
he did.
Wanted to make sure I saw that right.
Yeah, you did.
Fight, fight, fight.
Oh, hey, it's Butterfly
Hard
Volby.
to reposition to get a charge off.
Yeah.
If you just attack, won't it?
I guess so, yeah, maybe that's what the attack for the repositioning.
That's what I've been doing because every time I try to just run around a reposition, they just kind of book out of my control and I wind up like either getting bucked or getting thrown into something.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, working on it over here. Trying to keep them all going, but they keep smacking me out of important things, it seems like. What I'd really like is to knock this asshole out. Working hard for the money. And yet I'm such a fail. Such a fail bot. Oh my god, there's so many shinies. Afraid it's new looting ink time. Oh no! Tons of things I must collect in the middle of intense fight. My only weakness. That and confusing map traversal. I've been too hard for it for too long. I might have to contact a medical professional.
Oh, no, maybe.
Here, I gotta rub my bone real quick in the middle of the fight. There you go. One thing I can say about this guy that I'm a little relieved for is that it seems like for a monster that's so incredibly like bouncy, hoppy, he's not nearly as punishing on the takeoff as a lot of the other ones like him are. Like I haven't been, I've been right up on him and even nudged and pushed, but I haven't actually taken much damage from him jumping or running. And to that I say, thank God. With everything else this guy's got going on. What do you guys think? Have you noticed much of that?
I've gotten hit from a number of takeoffs, but it's usually just when I'm in too close.
From his legs, tail, all of the above? Legs. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, the only time I've gotten hit by a takeoff was from his tail. His legs have mostly just kind of nudged me out of the way, which is interesting. Maybe I'm having like latency and I'm not exactly where I think I am according to the game.
Or maybe me.
Also possible, yeah. Or maybe all of us. Or maybe it's him. Maybe we're fine. Uh-oh, where'd I go? Oh no!
Maybe that's just a move.
I feel as though I've been nudged by him, his legs and his body on every move he has at this point.
Oh, motherfucker.
Honestly. Like, I've really, literally, I've been pushed around by him a lot without taking damage. I've only been hit from him leaping once, and it was his tail. And it looked weird, too. It was like he jumped off the ground, and his tail was kind of, like, wagging as he jumped, and the very tip of his tail caught me, like, from behind and knocked me down. Which is also very different for most monsters when you're getting hit by like a leaping tail animation like that. It didn't look like it normally does. So that might have been a latency thing on my part. When I go back over the VOD, I'll look at it again and try to see if I can tell anything interesting from it. Glad to know too that you are safe inside, if you're close enough to him, inside his like little ring of explodey powder there.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so long as you don't inflate the one that moves the camera and that one, you should be good.
I'm gonna start calling this guy Teostra. Zeostra, there we go. Or Zenostra. Like Zenogre Teostra. Oh, that's a lot of boom. Thank you, Superman leap. Right outside. I'm excited to see what Teostra's gonna be like in this version, considering how crazy this guy is.
He's got the Lost Six's fucking jet move.
Who is that?
The literal jet elder.
Oh, right. I forgot about him. I haven't fought him very much. Totally forgot about that guy. I have to admit, that was one of those monsters that, like, the first time I fought him, he was really intimidating. But then he was like really easy in terms of like I didn't get hit very much or die very much on him. But he was really annoying because he flew around and moved around a lot, so it was hard to kill him quickly. I didn't enjoy fighting that monster very much after the first few times. I found him just kind of annoying and slow. Was that the last? Was that Jinyu that he came out in?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because he was connected to the meteors, right? The meteorites.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
He was certainly a spectacle. Though nothing like was it Triu where you just fight like a giant living volcano at the end?
Yeah.
Yeah, that fight was freaking epic.
Did you get head or arm break that time?
Well, if we didn't get the head break, I'm gonna feel real bad. I apologize ahead of time if I didn't.
I can't tell because it's the side that's down on him.
Yeah, I can't tell either. I tried. I was wailing on his head most of the fight, but I think I only got one knockout on him. Ooh, hey, what's this?
Looks like we got
Plate?
no breaks.
Shit. Well, I did get a plate.
We totally got the tail though.
We did get the
We did get the tail.
I wonder if that's just interesting.
Did I strike out?
I think I was spreading my damage a lot more than I meant to. I was looking for another tail break, so I spent some of my damage on the tail after it was like broken.
Yeah, I totally struck out, but that's okay. I don't really care. On the upside, I got my urgent done. Valeria, Marble Dice, did you get any of your things that you wanted to harvest?
I got some bones and stuff. Yeah.
Sweet, cool.
I suppose I could make the other longsword now if I wanted to.
If you wanted to.
Where is it?
You may well not want to. I'm not sure. I even noticed that he had written, "I worry about Zader." You know, I've heard that my whole life, people. And he fidgets incessantly until you come back, and he won't leave me alone either. Is Zader back yet? Is Zader back yet? Oh my god.
Oh.
I swear, the shape of their mouth, the shape of their eyes, and the bangs really add to the creepy twin effect. They went all in on that. Oh, melting pot. Talismans. Finally gonna get a damned talisman. Jackpot. Oh, they completely changed the way that max potions look. Now
I
they
think that's going back to the old
interesting.
gen.
Yeah, it's funny because it now it looks like some
Cheese.
marble, like either some cheese, like Swiss cheese or something, or like, you know, like some paper, like a little piece of paper with like some marbles on it or something, like some steel balls. Cool. Have you guys noticed them? Have they changed any recipes, or are they all the same?
I haven't really done much crafting yet.
I haven't
even of,
either.
Like stockpile items, but I haven't noticed any ones that are different.
Okay, yeah, I haven't really done much either, but so far they seem to be the same.
They kept the world change for potion from being herb and blue to just herb.
Yeah.
That's all I pay attention to.
Cool.
So do you have quest credit for the Tobi Kadachi key quest?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll check. I'm gonna guarantee it's no, though. Well, that's not actually maybe true, because it didn't give me a message that said it wouldn't count. Let me look. I'm gonna assume no, though. No, I do have credit.
Oh, nice.
Wow. Okay, that's awesome. Because it didn't give me a message when I took it. So I guess that's kind of what matters. They'll tell you. It's like, oh, that's nice. Nice of them. Gosh darn it. I need my wily hair. What's mine?
It was some that can't. The Muddy Mizu.
No.
Oh.
Almadoff is that one.
Uh-huh. But not Almudron.
Ah, that, yeah.
Oh, okay. So do you want to fight Muddy Mizu?
Oh, Muddy
Hell
Mizu. Can we just take, like, some water and some soap? A sponge? Like, alright, Mizu, time for a bath.
Shiny Mizu?
Yeah, yeah, then we have to fight Shiny Mizu, which is far worse. Behold my true form and despair! No! What have we done? It's like going from Rathian to, was it silver or gold? Whichever one is the variant. Like, we've made a mistake. Powerful flavors. Oh, I got really excited because I saw increased damage dealt, and then it's like, by kunai. Single tier. How bad's this jerk off?
You got him?
No, I'm gonna say you will want to have quick reaction time for VL and X though to go airborne. The trailer showed that he's got like waves, and I don't know how the waves act when you get hit by him. It's like, well, I don't think Snowman exists, nor does Mudman.
No, it does not. No, they do debuff you, but it's not nearly as bad as it used to be. You're not like
But
covered in a
there's a
ball of
web.
crap, which is good. Does he do water or ice damage? Like what is he? Mud? I guess he does mud.
Probably water.
Water, because there is a water resist food. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'll use that then. And yeah, let's just throw Moxie on there just for the... Why not? We want that money! Besides, so far, I think I've only died once since I've been streaming, so this game in general, period. I want to keep that count down. In most games, I think it's pretty funny when I die. In Monster Hunter, I'm like, oh man, I failed. Though granted, a lot of those failures are funny. I would just, prefer not. I'm much more keen on getting killed in Monster Hunter when I'm playing solo. I don't like to let down my party. However, it was pretty fucking epic when he did a backflip onto the wall and then bounced off the wall and shot all the way across the room and punched me in half. That was, if you're gonna go, at least you're gonna go with style, right?
With a vengeance.
Yeah. That was like one of those, like when you're reading comics and there's like a really shocking death where like a beloved hero just gets like really brutally torn in half. And you're just like, oh shit.
I'll be right back.
He seems to still have a quest for me. Oh, no, I guess I just already have the stuff he wants to complete the quest. Oh, that's cool. Marvelous, do you know what it means when there's a blue quest?
I think it's a delivery request.
Okay, well that makes sense, because he was like, I want Kelby horns, and I'm like, oh, I already have those, here you go. And he gave me a Kelby bow blueprint, it looks like.
Yeah.
And Hojo just gave me Rathalos capture request. Cool beans, B. You know I love me some Rathalos. And I was talking to Drew earlier, and I was like, I'm so glad that they decided to give Pukey the Rathalos backdash into the air spit attack. Like, apparently that fucker's been training with Rathalos. It's like, damn it. I hate that move. Welcome back, by the way. That's fine. I don't need to do anything. But yeah, that was pretty brutal. Getting backdashed, poison shotted repeatedly. It's like, you little shit. When did you pick this trick up? Rathalos in the chair in the corner, smoking his pipe and stroking his beard, like, yes.
Man, that was a scary move when it was a tempered Rathalos and his head was...
God, yes.
Or not tempered, sorry. What was the
Apex?
Not Apex. The one Hyper.
Oh, Hyper. Yeah.
With the glowing head.
Yeah. Like, how many awful, terrible, badass types of monsters have there been? Let me count the ways.
How many generations have there been?
I know, right? I don't even know. It's again, it's similar to Dynasty Warriors in that, because you've got not just like Dynasty Warriors number, but like Extreme Legends, something, blah blah blah. Like, what generation are we on anymore? Who knows?
I think it's 5 or 6. Oh, I found him.
Meanwhile, Dynasty Warriors is on like 10? 8, 9, 10?
Oh no, he's in the water and I don't know what to do.
Throw a toaster in there. Aww, it's so pretty. Oh my god. Oh no, he's like Lagiacrus.
Yeah, the leg.
They honestly gave us a muddy Lagiacrus. Like Plezzy, Akanaka Snapdragon, Scissorface Lagiacrus Mudboy. So we got Mud Dolphin now. I gotta say though, I dig his Chinese dragon design. Pretty cool. He's got some handsome whiskers. You've got to admire the way he turns like solid stone and dry earth into like mud without any effort at all. Like he can just phase through matter. Oh my god, it's Fuzzy Rex!
Oh, are they both fighting? Oh no.
Oh my god, yes! Alright, all. Place your bets. Place your bets, B. Fuzzy Rex versus Mud Dolphin. Al and I are over here just like, alright, you got 5-1 odds.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, that's so great. And with 3 hunters, if we had 3 monsters. Yeah, Fuzzy Rex is straight pimpin'. He's got his pimp coat on. I love that guy. I feel like I've done very substantial real damage in this particular fight thus far, due to Mud Dolphin's proclivities. I've hit him a lot, I just haven't hit him well a lot. He keeps swimming away from me. Oh, he looks really silly just running normally.
Oh yeah.
I expected him to, you know, like dolphin, snaky water snake swim away. But he doesn't. He waddles really ridiculously. Ooh, that's a big whip. He really winds up and unleashes that tail. Be careful about that one. That is a big tail.
I got hit by it. Well, I got hit by the wave.
Oh yeah, it makes a mud wave too. That's a big ass mud wave, damn. Okay, yeah, he got me with his tail there. It was about 40% of my life on that. I do think though that he got me with like all of it. Like I was like right at the base of his tail, so I took the brunt of it, you know. I assume, at least. I mean, granted, in real life, it would have been far worse for me if I'd been at the end of the thing, right where his tail cracked like a whip. But I think probably being at the base, as far as the game is concerned, I took all of it.
What was that?
He just spit out a bunch of, yeah. Little mud pools. Time for some nude loot. Let me take off all my gear here real quick so I can nude loot. Oh, whoops. Wait.
Not that way.
Not that way. Okay. You had a little bit of sexy blink action there, Marble Dice. Not sure if that's on my end or yours. Probably mine.
Got some Diablos action over here.
Oh my god, Diablos! I am yellow. Diablos. Talking about Diablos. Oh my god, that was a really long ball run. I just Prince of Persia all the way around the edge there. That's kind of cool. I've never ran on a wall that long before. For a second, I thought I was glitching out. Uh-oh, everyone's favorite boy, Diablos. I wonder if they still rank as high in the straight raw damage category. Usually. I guess it does just depend on what the hell they put in this damn game, huh? But yeah, bees, Diablos is typically a really hard hitter. If you want to just have like some chunky straight up raw damage, Diablos weapons are usually one of the highest tier. And if you want to watch that really terrible Mia Djokovic movie, it kind of focuses on Diablos quite a bit. You want to see Mia Djokovic get propositioned by Meowscular Cat Chef?
I mean, I do kind of want to see that.
That part was worth the price of admission. She seems into it.
I wouldn't you be?
I mean, I have my reasons, but... I have to admit that I knew that movie was going to be awful, a shit show, a dumpster fire, and a total betrayal of the property. I went into it knowing this. My expectations were ground zero. I enjoyed watching it. It was fun. It was over very fast. It was a very short film. It had... The monsters look great. They did a good job on the monsters. They really are... They look exactly like they do in the game.
So, I'm not a huge fan of this monster system.
Me either.
It's like constant repositioning.
Uh-huh. Massive windows of invulnerability where he's underground and swimming around.
Lots of time wasting. All the vulnerable parts can be held like pretty awkwardly high, even for like a long range weapon.
Uh-huh. Muddy waves. I just don't like that on principle. Try to keep it clean in here.
Keep these sandy plains clean.
Oh my god. He's got like... So he has like a... he swallows his gullet full of mud and it's like... Bleh. Monster Hunter movie. Savvy. They made one. It's really bad. It stars Mia Djokovic. It's just like... They did the same thing to Monster Hunter they did to Resident Evil. Though I would say that the Monster Hunter movie, if anything, is actually more accurate to the game than the Resident Evil movies are. Simply because they actually go to the Monster Hunter world. She's not from the Monster Hunter world. She's a normal... She's like a special ops soldier in the military. And they go through like a portal. Which, in a way, I'm grateful for. Because it gives you the sense that, like, the Monster Hunter world could be totally accurate. You just don't get to see most of it. But what you do see could easily fit into the actual Monster Hunter world. And you get to see, some elite U.S. military soldiers. Well, they say they work for the UN, but... That's just for international film markets. They're very obviously American soldiers. you get to see a bunch of them in like armored troop transpoints and machine guns fight Diablos and get totally wrecked, and that's actually pretty satisfying. Also, Tony Jaa, great choice. Very convincing as an actual Hun. A lot of the visuals they got right. It's just a really terrible movie. But it's way better than the Resident Evil. Like, it's like miles better. And Ron Perlman's in it. He's the lion-looking chief guy from World. Which you have to admit is good casting. Oh, it's better than all the Resident Evil movies. Easily. Hands down. I mean, it might not be more enjoyable. That last Resident Evil movie is so cracked out that you're just sitting there going like, I'm just here for the car crash. When you get to the point that you have her in slow motion kicking panes of glass through weird Eldritch Horror dog faces and cutting them in half. I mean, that's pretty great. and the slow to fast mode, draw a gun from the hip and shoot Wesker point blank in the face shot was also pretty great.
So that round slash just went under this monster when I was like completely inside.
Oh.
I was complaining about the round slash hit box earlier. It feels like it's really been restricted height-wise.
That's...
I whip like under stuff constantly.
Is it like an ankle chopper now?
Basically.
Thou art become ankle biter.
It doesn't get behind you very well either anymore.
Really? That's upsetting. I thought the whole point of it was like massive 360 arc.
Yeah, it's like kind of one of the ways to hit with it is that it's everywhere.
Yeah. Doesn't sound so round anymore. I like my round slash. It should be well rounded.
Oh my god, still hitting this monster.
On the upside, I don't know if that is an upside actually. But if I'm gonna pick one, I'll pick it. He doesn't seem to be that dangerous.
Right. Also kind of annoying because like I can't. He just does a lot of movement and adjustment, and it all looks like he's attacking, but for the most part,
A lot of it's not. Yeah, a lot of it's just him swimming around. And doesn't seem to have any bearing on us at all, actually. Aside from, you know, being annoying and making it hard to hit him. Like, little shit, come back here. He's cool looking, though. I love the way he looks. But yeah, I'm not too much a fan of the actual mechanics of this fight thus far.
I hope his armor is fucking ugly and also terribly skilled.
So that you don't want to actually fight him more?
Yeah. It looks like it's actually gonna look pretty good.
I mean, looking at him, I would imagine it looks pretty good. Because he's really cool looking. All I know is we chase him into the big mud. Oh my god. He just made a mud fortress. Well, that's interesting. What the hell? He's... He just screamed and wobbled around, and he, like, raised all these gigantic monuments out of the mud, and then he just laid there on his back, flapping his head around, screaming for a while, but it's not like a disruptive scream. I don't know. This guy is really silly. Oh, no! Oh, God. Mud vortex.
That's probably fine.
Okay, that was unexpected. I hadn't seen that one yet. He just sucked Drube and I into it and then launched us through the air. Those tidal waves of mud are so obnoxious sometimes. I'm just trying to play my damn self-improvement here. It's like, would you please stop? Okay, so yeah, that was some impressive damage. He got me with that. It did about 50% of my life. That's notable. But that seems to be like his singularly most powerful attack. When he corkscrews up and unwinds. Okay, well that tail drop didn't feel very good either, actually. That was a decent one. That was probably about close to 40%. Maybe slightly less than 35%. Regardless. About a third of my life. Let me give him a bacchiotomy. Nope, he's like, I didn't call for chiropractor. Every time I'm in his face when he's doing this silly thing and his tail pops up, I always think another monster is running behind me.
Well, it was a mess, and I don't mean all the mud.
That was a silly fight. Mud Dolphin is silly. Red top. Ew, it's covered in a viscous fluid. I just pulled a hairball, like a slimy sink drain hairball off this guy. I don't like it. But on the upside, with that viscosity, it'll slide right down my throat.
Did I stagger you on your dog?
Yeah, don't worry. It was after the Kestodon was like hurting me out of the kills.
That Kestodon is like, I'm not letting you take my husband's skin. Ah!
Oh, there's that.
It's kind of cool looking icons like that dark muddy brown.
Yeah.
Never seen something like that.
Down and dirty. I wish we had one of those services in Colombia where you could have people show up and just like ram a feeding tube down your throat and inject you with nutrients and then leave real quick.
The service?
Yeah, I know they're taking off in some of the bigger cities. It's kind of like that movie, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Except instead of erasing your memories, they do it with food.
Oh, have any of you, that being you two and also anyone in chat, heard the, I think it was something on Reddit. There's a headcanon that somebody had where there were at least 5 Jim Carrey movies where you could imagine it's all the same character at like different stages of madness.
Oh, I haven't
Like,
heard
I
about
think
that, but I
one-
could kind of imagine it.
So I wanted to know what those movies were because I've probably seen most of the parts, but I'd want to watch it.
Like, kind of in order.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fun. I'm pretty sure I've seen every thing he's ever done. Actually. I don't think there are any Jim Carrey movies or stand-ups or even sketches that I've not seen. Wait. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think I've seen everything he's ever done. I don't know. Yeah, I'd never heard about that. I'm just gonna buy more stuff. Yeah.
Well, the armor isn't as I expected, but
Was it good?
it looks weird for the female. It's got 3 critical eye, 2 quick cheese, and a crit draw. Which, wait, hold on, though. That's not right. 2 rapid morph, 2 razor sharp, 1 evade window, and 1 power prolonger.
Huh.
I don't think it's very good.
Alas. Oh, there's that frog flute that Marble Dice was rocking earlier. I have yet to unlock the next part of the tree, so I can't see what's coming at me. I can make the maggot horn magadoodle. Yeah. Oh, but
Magamo's horn?
I gotta do it.
You have all the stuff for it.
I can make it right now. Hell yeah. And man. Oh, it doesn't tell me. I guess there's something we haven't killed yet. The upgrade to it is like immediately next to it, and I can build it, but it's question marks.
How can you build it if it's question marks?
Well, I mean, it's like, it's not in the question, like there's a question mark bar that goes down that blocks off what you can see of the tree. It's there. I can see it. It's just that it's not telling me what I need to build it yet. Because we haven't killed the right monster, or I haven't gotten the right part. But it's not concealed. Like, it's not concealed in the fog of war, basically. It's just close enough to the fog of war that its vision is obscured.
Yeah, that horn looks pretty sick.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited. And hey, having a little extra blast on the side isn't going to be bad, right? Now let me ramp it up. What do you think? Ooh, what's Magnamello Soul? What's this? Increases attack when afflicted by Hellfire status. Well, I'm hopefully not going to be afflicted by Hellfire status very often. That sounds like a shitty ramp up. Was there a lot of Hellfire in this game?
I don't know. Sometimes there's a way to proc it from something, though.
Oh, really?
I mean, just, in general, with, like, status skills, a lot of times the gimmick is you can get a different skill that causes it, or, like, trigger it on yourself with items or something like that.
That makes sense. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. This has Blast Boost 1 on it. I could either get Attack 6, or I could get Blast Build Up plus 3. I'm going to get Blast Build Up plus 3. I mean, it's like if you're going to rock a Blast Horn, build up Blast, right? And for those of you that don't know, Blast is a status that it's basically you build up a debuff on monsters that's explosive. And it'll blow up eventually. And it's nice. I'm a fan. Always been a big fan of the Blastaroos. Was Berkidios the first Blast Boy?
I think so. Flagship 3, and that's when Blast was introduced as Slime. And since it was the new mechanic, it was overtuned, and all the Blast weapons were top tier.
They were so good. yeah, they were really ridiculously overpowered. In Try. Just blowing stuff up all damn day. And if you get Blast on you, you gotta roll it off like fire, or it'll keep kind of ticking, and the color on it will change, and then eventually it'll turn red, and then it'll blow up. And there definitely were times that I wasn't paying enough attention, and was like running around fighting, and then all of a sudden I explode and just like die, and I'm like, what the fuck? Oh no, I had Blast on me. I didn't realize. Or you're about to do like a great move and like, do some important hit on a monster, and then you explode and go like flying off a cliff or something.
I kind of want to see what Diablos or Tigrex weapons are like, because they're usually pretty good raw weapons.
Yeah, I want to fight both of those guys, so I say let's kill them both.
Who first?
Tigrex.
I have both options.
What, at the same time? Maybe, I didn't look.
Probably not yet, but if there is, let's do it. Then we could have a Diablos versus Tigrex fight. Alright, place your bets in chat. Who's gonna win, Diablo or Tigger? The most wonderful thing about Tigger is this: he's the violent one.
it's Tigrex.
Oh, okay.
Either way.
Good old Tigrex.
I was gonna say bring Sonic Bombs, but I forgot we're not doing Diablos.
Oh, we're doing Tigrex.
Yeah,
Cool.
a unanimous decision.
I figured I like the bad news first usually. I greatly prefer fighting Diablos to Tigrex.
I just feel like getting trampled by a doofy-looking tiger to getting gored by massive horns.
A friend in need. That means I need another beer. Yeah, I adore Tigrex, but he's also fucking terrifying. Especially, was it like, was there an Apex Tempered Tigrex? There was something awful like that.
Yeah, I think Apex Tigrex was actually one of the worst.
One of the worst things ever.
I think his soft zone was like his body between his two
Yeah.
giant flailing legs.
Yeah, yeah, in the, like under his, like his throat, like his chest, basically, between his giant clawing arms and biting face, and you're just like, how the fuck am I supposed to hit that? And he could charge what, like 5 times in a row, and in his whole body he was basically the fucking Juggernaut with claws. Which, actually, I think that's something that happened. I think at one point, Sidorak gave Juggernaut so much power that he was like, you know, god tier, world ender kind of thing, and was like super like, you know, like stories tall and covered in spikes, and but that's, yeah, Tigrex has like that much violence packed into this little bouncy Tigger package.
That Tigrex is the one over on the east.
Okay. I'm yellow. Good. If only I could be yellow all the time. What a wonderful world this would be.
Seem to be going the wrong way now.
I don't claim to be a skilled hunter, but I'm trying to be. Oh, is this not going to lead where I want it to? I'm not sure where these lava fields are taking me, but I'm enjoying the trip. Looks like we may have to venture underground to get around, though. Oh, maybe not.
I was just underground and not having much luck with it.
Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know. I am not sure which longitude nor latitude I've gotten to. But they are grand words. Like, I'm not sure what longitude or latitude mean. They are grand
I
words.
successfully
Oh, yes, you
navigated.
were wrong, buddy. I was thinking the same, but no, he's over here. He's underground. The big lake.
Okay. So he was west and underground. Well, what a little shit. Way to defy expectations, Tigger. Meanwhile, I am just like worm crawling through the magma over here. I found another one of those little crawl spaces that you can't go through on a dog. The question is, how the hell do I get out of this magma tunnel? Okay, this looks promising. Oh boy. That's wrong. Gosh darn it.
Is it here?
We need to unlock some camps.
Oh my god, it's terrifying.
That's what I need to do. I also have a gigantic red blobby smudge on my map. I wonder if maybe I should warp back to camp and go another way. Maybe that'd be faster. Maybe not. It looks like I'm actually fairly close now. Though, looking at the map, or looking at the screen from where I am right now, it looks like you two are like under the magma, or this lava flow that's going through here. Well, I'm not going in there. I'm not dressed for a swim. Ah, found you. Finally. Aha! Holy shit, he looks terrifying. Why does he have burning, glowing magma veins?
Face is full of rage.
Oh, really? Tigger's full of rage? Go figure. I never would have guessed. Oh god. That was really close. Oh look, Thunder Anus is here. Attack and ride. Yeah, I like pina coladas. Where the hell? Oh. Gosh darn it, regain footing. No! What? Oh, gosh darn it. Well, screwed that up. Not sure exactly what I did wrong there, but something really went wrong. And again, why is Tigrex turned into a rave machine suddenly? Oh, good. Okay. Thank God. I'm so glad it's a blight and not a buff. It's like, why is he glowing and flashing multicolor right now? I was afraid he was going into hyper mode or something, you know? I do like very clear and colorful animations for buffs and debuffs, but I'm not accustomed to all of them yet, so it terrifies me when I see it happen.
I feel like they clash a little bit with the aesthetic in this game, but
I do.
they are new.
Yeah, so far I do too. Like, I see something like that happen, and that tells me that that creature has just done something really awful that I don't understand yet. Which makes me want to run in terror and observe. Oh, Fuzzy Rex appeared. Also, I just realized how large this Tigger was. He's not the biggest we've seen. He's not small though, and this is a pretty small Fuzzy Rex, however. Somebody jump on that boy and ride the tiger, or fight the tiger. Yeah, and Tigger's, for those of you who don't know, Tigger's scream does actual damage to you if you're close enough and in front. So, luckily I was not. At least I'm not screaming. Well, I mean, I'm calling him Tigger because of Winnie the Pooh. Tigger. But yeah, his name is Tigger. It's... He's a dick. Ah! Oh shit! Ow! Ah! Run away! I'm not making friends. Yeah, I just now rolled through his shout. It still damaged me though. Luckily not very much.
Oh boy.
Whoop! Oh heavens. You gotta love how even normal Tigrex at low ranks just spends so much time just being so mad. So mad. Big mad kitty. Remember, you're just like bouncing like up through the air. What was that? Drew?
What?
It looked like you were like doing a weird like stair step bounce upwards through the air, like bouncing on your stick, like boing boing boing.
Oh. That's insect wave.
You can double jump with it?
You can do a lot more than that.
I was gonna say, it looked like you like tripled, like you were like hopping up, like you were just walking on air. That was really crazy looking. I haven't played Insect Glaive since, like, 4U, I think.
Oh, baby, pair time.
I'm a-coming.
I feel like Tails probably close.
Gotta be.
Well, unless it's like that bear off scale from that Oh no.
No, there it is. That's the charge attack we were talking about. Granted, this is early, so he doesn't have many charges. More awful, powerful versions of Tigger here can do that over and over again, back to back, without stopping, and it's awful. It's one of the things that makes it so horrible to deal with. He almost nailed me with those rocks. That boulder went so close, I think I just got a shave. I love fighting this guy with Sword and Shield, though. Sword and Shield completely trivializes Tigrex. Especially bigger. Like, the bigger they are, the easier they are to fight with Sword and Shield. Because you can just, like, dance into their legs and they can't even hit you. It's great. And if worse comes to worse, you can just block. But most of the time you don't need to. With the Horn, it's a little different. Oh, there goes that tail. Now, you know what that means. Drop everything, carve the tail. I did. Ooh, at one point.
Yeah, because I need a sharpen, and I think a chaotic Tigger is actually pretty bad.
It is. but undirected bad.
Chaotic bad.
Yeah. Like you know, you have a decent chance of him not hitting you, since he could go anyway. Yeah. Tigrex is one of those monsters that, like, if you blind him, he just flips and just starts, like, randomly charging in every direction.
I think since he was exhausted, it was an okay play.
Yes. No, I think it was a good play regardless.
If he's enraged, I think that, in for you, it was the worst idea?
Yes, it was. But, I mean, in all fairness, it's like you said, it's like, well, if I need to sharpen, that is a straight line from you to him. And there are infinite straight lines in a circle. So, if he's blind, he's going to pick any of those lines, and hopefully it's not the one that you're on. Now, granted, the rest of your party might be really sad. But you have a good chance of not getting run over. Looks like it.
Get back here.
I did not cancel it yet. I thought I failed to get off my infernal melody, but I guess I got it. I just wanted to make sure it actually hit him in the arm and face. But he's being a little bit twitchy. As Jigger comes in.
I think they made his hitbox kind there where it used to be this huge rush through his body when he was doing one of those small charges to get hit. Now it doesn't seem that way.
I really wanted to turn from there. He doesn't want me to. He said be sharp in the Tigrex. Well, fine. Oh dear. Oh no! Not Thunder Colon. Why?
Food fight or
I mean, yeah, no, smacking monsters into monsters is effective.
just like, nah, y'all can have that Tigrex.
Yeah, exactly. Because he's like, I know how this is gonna go. Time for me to hit the old dusty trail. Just gonna keep on walking. There's some really, I was looking, you know, granted we're at that point now where it's almost a moot point. But, you know, I was looking at some of the early armor sets here, and I was telling Marble Dice beforehand that I wanted to make a heavy bowgun set too. There's some really good abilities on like the very beginning armor sets. Like really good. I was really shocked, actually. Like all kinds of like shot and special up, and it's crazy. Stuff that you didn't get to like late game and even specialty gear in prior Monster Hunters.
Yeah, they were doing a pretty good job mixing in the key skills early on in the world, but seems like they're gone.
Even further with it. Yeah, absolutely. Because I saw him in World too. I started World Heavy Bowgun. And I was not anywhere near so impressed as I am in this one with what they give you right off the bat. So it looks like yet again I might have to be rocking up here with my my rocket launcher. Especially since everybody's feeling horny. Because I really personally, like, I don't care. I just want to make sure certain things are in. Like, I want us to have a gun, I want us to have a horn. So I don't care who plays them, I just want them to be played.
This is a perfectly wrong position for the triangle pivot on that charge. But Rick does.
Oh, okay. There's that multi-charge we were all talking about. Luckily, again, it's the little version of, wow, I just perfect dodged that boulder. It was very scary. It went right, it was like went directly over my crotch as I was in the very middle of my roll animation.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
Doesn't hit you.
Uh-huh.
Like, I was trying to get a counter off of that, but
Right, yeah, I know. It's like normally you're like, oh, I'm glad that he went right over me. But for once you're like, I want you to hit me so I can counter you. He's just like, eh. Screw your counter. Like, you shit. Now he just whipped the crap out of me, even though half his tail is missing. Asshole.
So it used to be that if you could thread that needle between his face and his arm, you'd be pretty good.
Yeah.
So if you're in a pickle, you can try that. Super 2, looks good.
I just had a good little quick tank dodge there.
Oh, thank you for that. She's about to drop me.
Captain, ride the wyvern. Is there a monster here somewhere?
Alas, nay. However, there is a pillar.
Just wall around it?
You can. Nice. Way to make him a wallflower.
So if you're just doing a launch, you can regain your footing and then relaunch.
Yes. Which is
So I
cool.
guess that's something to do.
Yeah. I tried to do that last time, but for some reason it wouldn't let me. Like, it said hit B to relaunch, and I was sitting there hitting B and then holding B, and neither one seemed to do anything.
Probably a quick time event, like you gotta press the button, but if you do it too soon, you lose the window.
It was weird, though, because it was persistent.
I was getting some weird tutorial pop-ups on my screen when I was just doing that now, where it's like telling me to press the button that I already pressed.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was like trying to tutorial me, and I'm like, yeah, I know, I'm doing it. But why is it not working?
The screen was like, hey, press Y to relaunch the monster, and it's like I'm walking around on the ground after having launched the monster 3 times.
And you're like, what monster?
It's like, I get it, I did it 3 times, and the monster's dead, and you want me to press what now?
Marble Dice looks down and there's a snail on his toe. He's like, okay. What? Kicks it across.
Gosh, after that Muddy Mizu, that was nothing. That is like classic, just don't get killed and like whack the monster.
Yeah.
It was fine. That was fine.
Yeah,
Mizu, you're fired.
exactly. Yeah, screw Mud Dolphin. That thing's a muddy mess.
Tigrex actually has hit zones that take damage.
You have
Everything's okay.
You have a good idea what Tigrex is gonna do, which is be really violent and bite and run over you and throw rocks at you, not just, like swim around and lay on its back and drool, I guess. Mud Dolphin also like drools a lot.
It's because that Mud Mizu and Great Jagras are just like hanging out smoking weed all the time.
They're not productive in their weed smoking. We all know the type. Want to sit on the couch and melt. Which, you know, sometimes that's good for you, but I'm not impressed with Mud Dolphin thus far. Though he does look cool. I like his visual design quite a bit.
So Tigrex has got 3 points of earplugs total.
Oh.
That's worth knowing.
That's great.
Head, chest, and skirt. Wasn't there something about charms in this game? How's it work? You can make decorations now, but not charms.
With the melding?
Yeah, I guess it's probably a high rank armor thing anyway.
Oh, wait a minute. There's a better way to do this. Zuragong Primo. Huh. Kamura Kuras 3. Hey, there you go. It upgraded Shrine Post I can go beat people with. It's so low, though. So low. Too bad. I was hoping that thing was going to get crazier a little faster. Because it is kind of cool, that initial horn.
Why is the Gathering armor skill Botanist now 4 skill levels instead of 3?
Oh,
why would you be like, man, the one skill we need to expand with more points so that it requires more investment to get is the Gathering skill?
well, because speaking of weed, they've started hydroponics and a lot more cross-pollination, and things have really progressed. You want that really good weed, you're going to have to go with 4 levels of botany.
Is it because they gave us all the items in one harvest now? We don't have to sit there picking it up.
That's probably what it is.
So
Yeah.
we have to pay for our convenience with skill points.
Or maybe we just get that much more at once. Maybe they're trying to feed us resources even faster, or at least give us the option to. That's possible. I do know that some of the gathering abilities absolutely can be built up to give you even more. Actually, isn't there an ability that lets you hit more than one hit on a node? But I'm thinking they all still give you the same. Like, oh, I grabbed this node once and it gives me like 3 or 4 things. Now I can do it again and it gives me 3 or 4 things again. I might be wrong, but I thought they did. I thought they had added at least one ability that like increased the number of ticks you got on a node.
Yeah, there was something where you could increase the durability of your items, which we no longer need, and then there was another thing that was increased times you can, interact with the resource.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Probably got one more hunt in me. Do you want to do something new, or do you want to check out Diablo's armor skills and weapons?
Oh, like a new monster?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you wanted Diablos. Let's do Diablos.
Alright.
We got all the time in the world for new monsters.
By the same token, we got all the time in the world with Diablos.
We do, but Diablos weapons might help us with new monsters.
True, true. If I could get 2 more points earplugs, I'd roll up a great sword.
Do I have... I guess not yet. If I could get earplugs on my horn. I think I only have one horn I have access to right now, though, that has that, and I don't think it's very good.
A couple that have earplugs, but its earplug's small. I don't know how it stacks with the armor skill. That's an interesting question.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I wonder if it just straight takes you to the next tier, or if... Actually, yeah, I don't even know what else it would do.
I think in past games it has, you know, or at least in World, I think it acted as a certain number of earplug points, so you could combine them and get up to high.
Yeah, I thought so.
I don't know about this one though. Things have changed.
Things change. As long as my little stack is topped with the sad dango, everything will be fine. Yep. And if you...
Hojo keeps taunting this poor Testacabra.
And it's a baby too.
Yeah.
It's still got its tail.
It's not all like grizzled and angry. Now you know why Testacabras are so belligerent.
It's Hojo's fault. Yeah, that's what he does. He taunts them until they get old enough, and he releases them into the wild, and then he's like, "There's a Testacabra causing trouble. You need to go take care of it." You're like, I wonder why.
Oh, it's Diablos, so iPhones.
Good call. Don't need that. Don't need that.
Yeah, 5 of them.
Definitely need that. Though I will probably fail at using them appropriately. I will still bring them. Oh, I have a surprising amount of life powders. Well, just in case, I'll bring those too. I don't know how I got... Oh, yes, I do. I keep getting them for finishing quests. I forgot. I was like, how do I have 32 life powders? Oh, right. Oh, speaking of oh, right. Hey, do you have a lottery ticket for me? No, you don't, because you're mean.
Oh.
Fine.
I don't recognize the sale music around here.
Oh yeah, I was super excited because the last couple times I've been in Gerbs, they played Oingo Boingo.
Oh yeah?
And not only did they play Oingo Boingo, they played Oingo Boingo songs you never hear.
What are Oingo Boingo songs you never hear?
One time they were playing Elevator Man.
Okay.
And I was like, I don't even know if this song was ever on the radio.
Yeah.
And shoot, what was the other one? I'm trying to remember what it was now.
I don't know what Oingo Boingo songs you don't hear, because I don't know what Oingo Boingo songs you do hear, because I've never heard Oingo Boingo on the radio.
Okay, they had a lot of hits. They had like 10
sure.
songs that were like always on the radio. But yeah, there were a couple times in Gerbs recently that I was just like, holy crap, man, like these are not songs that get played. And I don't remember what the other one was now. It was a weird one though, for sure. Because, you know, normally if you do hear it, it's like Weird Science or Dead Man's Party or Out of Control or something like that. But this was like crazy stuff. And I was just like, yeah, nice. I don't know who's playing your music right now, but that person needs a raise. And for you you audiophiles out there, they also played some Squeeze. And I was like, holy shit, they're playing Squeeze. It's one of the most underrated bands of all time. And it wasn't Tempted by the cover of Tempted by a Fruit of Another or oh shoot, what was the other big one? No, I don't remember. Squeeze is great though. Super underrated band. One of my absolute favorites.
think a double rations or something.
Oh well. You deserve it.
Deserve it because I forget to use them.
Exactly. Life finds a way. Tempted by the rations of another. I mean, there's only 3 of us, so technically you just stole, I guess, is this,
Theirs?
Drew, is this your, is it yours? Yeah. So yeah, you stole Drew's pet's, his buddy's, food. Marble Dice over there eating, like, canned Palico food, or Palamute food. Rations is a can of Friskies. the chuck wagon's rolling in.
Okay, I'm way down below. Surely there's a Jewel Lily to get me out of here.
Oh yeah, we're fighting Diablos. Are we above? I guess we're above ground then in the desert, probably, right?
Seems that way.
Oh, this is terrifying.
Though depending on the game, some maps, Diablos does go underground. I was in World, right? Where there was that, like, huge sand slide in the underground area with Diablos in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a cool map. I really like that map. Honestly, I love all the maps in World except the jungle, or the forest. No matter how many times I've played the fucking forest map in World, I can never ever learn it.
A little bit down.
Not small.
Yeah, I have probably hundreds more hours in the world than
Yeah.
I still don't know any way around.
No, it's awful. I hate that map. I absolutely hate it. I mean, it's beautiful, but navigating it is not fun. It's confusing as all hell. And every time you play, even though it's the very first map that you're in, I never knew where I was going. I was always lost. And I always felt really bad. Like, I would feel really guilty because I would spend so much time in the hunt, like, trying to get to you guys. And I would, like, fall off of things and get stuck and get lost. And I hated it. I hate that map. And it's like, yeah, like that's something I do not want in my Monster Hunter. I do not want to be struggling with just figuring out how to get to where the fucking monster is when I'm playing Monster Hunter. This game is not meant to be like a maze running game. And my concern is that moving forward, that they're going to continue making maps increasingly more complex and traversal, and I really hope that's not the case. I'm already feeling frustration in traversing maps in this game, which hopefully I will get over and it won't be that bad. But it's better than World, I guess. I don't know though. Like World, again for me, for World, it was only that one map. It was only Ancient Forest that confused me. In this game, I tend to get confused in every map. But again, it's new, so I'm still learning them. So hopefully, it's not going to be a big deal.
For the most part, in my experience, it's been just like you got to be handy with the wire bugs for vertical traversal, and if you do that, you can get like over mountains and stuff. Mm-hmm. But there are a couple of maps where it's like all that is true, but it's also multiple Z levels layered on top of each other.
Right.
And those are the ones that I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah. And that's my point, is it's like, yeah, if it were just like going over mountains and stuff, it'd be one thing. But when it comes to like, oh, but there's also like, 2, 3, 4 levels going into the subterranean areas, and it's hard to tell even on the map, like where that is.
Wow.
I was like, oh Oh no!
That was brutal.
Oh no! Droop got murdered.
Oh, I'm not far.
Oh no! I think I'm also like way under you guys. I think you're all up there on top of that rise, like way up above me.
Were you the one that followed me off the thing?
I fell down into a canyon, yeah. Maybe I think I need to go this way. Oh, ooh, I need that fire bug. Yes, please.
Wow.
It's always me too, because I'm the one that doesn't have a palamate. No, you don't. You only count my deaths.
Ouch.
Honestly, because we're doing a lot of hunting, we should probably go ahead and make like a team death counter. But in terms of the death counter for the stream, so far it's just my actual deaths. So thus far tonight I've only died once, but I'm sure that's about to change because we're fighting Diablos. And Diablos is a murder machine. This is well, okay, I don't know the scale in this game, but I mean, this Diablos isn't small. It's not that big though either.
I mean, it looks pretty big to me.
I mean, it's not small, but I mean, in some games, a big Diablos is like where their back legs meet their hip is like well above my head. Right? In this game, its legs are like the same height as me. Or I mean, this one right now is the same height as me, leg-wise. So I don't think it's like huge, but it's certainly not small. I mean, look at the size of those horns. But yeah, Sabby, thank you for asking, because that's actually a good point. We should actually make like a team, like some kind of a team death counter. Total thanks. total times that Palicos have to run in and bail us out. Honestly, I think if I had any complaints, my biggest one would be they took away the animation of the Palicos, like, carting you away and dropping you at your base violently. I love that. Good night, Sammy. Get some rest. Thank you very much. Love you. We'll catch you soon.
No, why'd you run away?
Because you were about to fuck them up, and they were like, well, I'm out!
Also, these Daleks were really annoying in this room.
Are these a new sand?
Nah.
They look different. They're pretty. That looks straight up like a real fish that you would find in the ocean or something. I think it's cool. I don't remember them looking that much like a real animal before. Thank you very much, Sabby. We will. We got this. We don't need luck. We have experience and ninja animals. Also, a few snack crackers. Oh god! Oh shit! I have no life. Oh wow. That was so close. I cannot believe I survived that. Oh, Diablos. That is the closest I've been to dead.
Holy shit. Well, that's the closest I've been to dead.
You know what? Did you take Moxie?
now.
Okay, I did. I'm pretty sure that was my Moxie got popped, is what happened.
You would know from your Yui changing.
My U.
Moxie is now gut, I think.
Oh, I don't know what that means.
Where gut would save you as long as you were above a certain percent prior to taking that.
Uh-huh.
Moxie used to just save you once.
Uh-huh. So, I still don't understand what you're telling me, though.
You would have 2 triangles around your health bar
2 triangles
at
around.
around 40 HP if you still had Moxie up.
And I don't anymore.
Then yeah,
Yeah.
that was Moxie.
Yeah, so Moxie just saved my ass. I thought so, because I was like, I'm going to die. I was 100% sure I was going to die. And I didn't. So yeah, that was because Moxie was like... I forgot. Yeah, you're right. I totally forgot about the little triangles that mark, that indicate. Because I had Moxie before in other hunts, and I noticed those triangles, and I was like, what's that little pointer on my health bar? Is that like a debuff or something? Like, oh yeah, duh, that's Moxie. Yeah, so definitely lost Moxie. Which makes sense. I mean, she knocked me down and it fully intended to murder me and followed it up with the big charge.
I was trying to do a counter with the silk vine, but I didn't have enough recovery after standing up.
Oof.
We're on our last card.
Okay, good to know.
You remember if
Pop this.
Mad Diablos was immune to sonic bombs when digging?
Yes.
Always, yeah.
Yeah. Mad Diablos gives no craps about bad sound. The Bardic Smasher. Oh yeah, no, I do have a stringed instrument right now. You're totally right. A lot of the horns are stringed, actually. I assume it must be kind of like an accordion, to a degree, or I guess a pipe organ, or even well, not yeah, where it's like, yeah, well, you know, it's got strings and stuff, but also there is airborne to it, which is important. Like it has a billow. By me swinging it, I guess me swinging it and maybe holding different frets is causing. So it's like kind of a combination of the two, which is kind of cool to think about. Like holding different chords while you swing a gigantic two-handed mace around. It's kind of a neat idea. That is a great name. That would be a great name for like a superhero or villain. Have you guys seen much in terms of getting monsters like stuck in stuff and things like that, kind of like it is in World yet?
Like environmental crap?
I mean, I know there's like the piranhas, and we've certainly run monsters into pillars and trees and stuff, but they really emphasize that in World with some things. I was just curious if you've seen anything. Nice. After all that hard work, finally get my knock. Not exactly easy to knock this SOB out either sometimes. Hard thing is fun. Which makes sense.
How did I just miss that round flash?
Oh, just whipped my ass, quite literally, with that tail. Luckily, Al is holding him back. I was sitting here carving his tail, and he tried to come right at me, but Al has him on a silk reel right now, so he couldn't make it to me. Thank you, Alistair. Greatly appreciated.
Not that I don't believe in you, but I'm gonna carve his tail still.
Absolutely. I mean, okay, well, never going to say. Alistar does still have him on a leash, but it ended, like, right as I was saying that. I'm just going to go ahead and pop this just for the sake of it. Trust what's going on here. Oh, the hip check of doom. Diablo's hips are much larger, harder, and more powerful and heavier than mine are. As we just demonstrated quite aptly. Because he just, oh, that was a hip check to hip check, and I lost. Okay, I can use some help if possible. Okay, never mind if he's not on me anymore. He was really focusing me for a second, and if he had gone one more time, I would have been dead. Luckily, ADD. Mr. Violence Pants can't decide who it wants to kill more, and I'm all about it. Mr. Violence Pants is also quickly fleeing the scene of the crime.
Looks like still not quite limping.
Yeah, not quite. We'll see about that. Oh, by the way, I have disposable traps and bombs if we want them.
Might not be a bad idea.
I am all about exploding some monsters. So if you would like, I would be more than happy to drop a pitfall and then throw some bombs down in the sucker's face. Now, I forget, does Diablos have any... Oh shit. Trap, like, you can't pitfall or you can't shock trap him when they're like this. Or they just can be trapped by every trap all the time.
There might be something with pitfall.
That's what I was thinking, that maybe angry pitfall didn't work. There's Limb. Well, okay, well we can just capture him for real now if we want. Do we know if we want to capture or kill yet?
I would take the capture just because it's Diablos and
we're telling 2 arcs. Yeah, okay. Well, let's just capture the fucker then. I got a pitfall trap ready. Life's been good to me, boys. I got a few free traps from Lottos and stuff. No, they're so sleepy. Actually, it looks like they're just... Alright, look, it's past your bedtime. You need to stop eating and go to sleep. You're gonna have bad dreams, Diablos.
Looks like it's still enraged.
It's very enraged. And it's on to Drew. You. Oh God, Drew, what'd you do? What'd you do to that Diablos? Cause it wants you dead. That's really funny. Still pissed? Did you see its face? I couldn't. Oh yeah, it's still pissed.
Angry.
Very angry.
Someone wants to just drop a shot or something.
I don't have one, or I would. I only have pitfalls. So if it would calm down for a second. Oh, I think it just did.
I don't know if Diablos has...
I don't either, but I think it's not enraged now, so I'm gonna drop it. There we go.
Ooh.
Well done, guys.
I miss... The one thing I miss about paintballs is when there were paintballs in the game had throwing physics. So you could throw trank bombs. And since they got rid of paintballs, it's been trank bomb at the feet always.
Yeah.
I miss throwing them.
Yeah, I like throwing them. I agree with you. And you would think, too, like, that's something that would translate very well to the Switch. And, yeah, no, but it's not there anymore.
I think Diablo's icons are a little bit darker brown than normal, too, I think.
The colors in general are...
a little different.
Yeah. That's actually one of my only complaints about this game. To me, the colors feel a little bit, like, washed out. It's not as vibrant as, like, every previous Monster Hunter that I played.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit of a bummer to me.
Mm-hmm.
It's not bad. It still looks great. It's just... I wish it were a little bit more colorful. It's got, like, kind of a gray... It's like blues and greens and grays pop, and then, like, everything else is a little bit more subdued than usual. Not in the... Like, the hub looks awesome. Like, this is very warm and pretty and colorful. But, like, in the world, it's just a little bit...
Yeah, the maps.
Yeah. A little bit more subdued than I'm used to. It's not a huge thing.
3 points of guard, and a couple of points of sand surge, and some offensive guard. So not too surprising, I guess.
Okay.
Oh, what? Almudron has a razor sharp.
Wait. Is Almudron Mud Dolphin?
Yes.
It has razor sharp?
Razor sharp, yeah.
Well, I guess that's how it swims to the ground, like it's made of mud.
Counter-Strike.
I find that kind of surprising, though.
Yeah, that's unexpected. Oh, man. What's the channel?
Oh, yeah. I'll do that real quick. Right now, Nocturne. Do you want to still play for a bit, Drew? Or are you done, too? Oh, wow. There's a whole lot of people I need to talk to out here anyways. Look at these cats pound that mochi. That is the stickiest dough.
Alright, well, I'm looking at the Diablo's Greatsword, and it's got 170 raw and a huge, huge slice of green.
Oh my god, dude, that's awesome.
Minus 25 affinity, but nothing surprising there, I guess.
You know what that means?
I don't know what it means.
That means that we need that sword, and we need something to put things to sleep with. And I'm going to start looking at sleep guns right now. Because like I said, I wanted to make a gun set anyways, this early. And I was really impressed with a lot of the abilities I was seeing on armor right off the bat. Even more powerful and energizing than before. Updated the menu, everything is super yummy. Oh my god, too many people want to talk to me. Including the sociopath. Oh god, they start putting out gas. Good grief. They're called bomb budgies.
Bomb Badgie or something, yeah. They're bomb badgers.
That's so funny.
They're pretty cool.
I love those things. They're ridiculous. I was when we were first playing. It's like, oh my god, look at these guys. They're so cute. They're just like sitting there on their butt with their big gut out. And then Wanyan's like, yeah, and when you knock them into monsters, they explode. They do a whole lot of damage. And I'm like, oh my god. That's awesome. The world of Monster Hunter is just so wonderful. I love too how it doesn't kill them. They're like Kelby. You like smack them into a monster and they explode, and then they're like, whoop, time to go, and they just run away.
Can't find the, oh there it is. Looking for my villager request out in town.
Oh, good grief. I am making good use. Well, no, I'm not, actually. I've gone to the Buddy Plaza like twice, and it's been in solo play.
Alright, well, it was fun. Thanks for the hunt. So
Yeah.
I'll catch you later.
Absolutely. Have a great night. Thank you. Alright. Now I got this. You still there, Drew? Yeah, I think Drew is probably went AFK for a second. Oh, there you are. Are you doing? Do you still want to play for a second, or are you good?
Yeah, I'm good for more.
Cool, sweet. Well, what would you like?
I'm still checking out those.
Understandable. Oh, I just got a parasol, I suppose. Let me go rock this. Guess I'm just gonna go with Actually, I guess I have even more. Man, the canteen is leveling up quickly in this one. As it seems like previously in most Monster Hunters, you have to do quests for people. Typically chefs. To increase ingredients. But in this one, it seems like just straight progression. Just keeps upgrading how many options you have. Which personally, I'm all for. I think so far, the thing that this particular iteration of Monster Hunter has done that I like the most is it's made managing everything while you're in multiplayer with your friends much, much easier and much faster. And I'm very grateful for that.
That's been a long time.
A long time coming. I mean, that's been, I think, probably the vast majority of the community's biggest complaint with multiplayer is that it's just sometimes there's so much micromanagement you have to do, and a lot of it you weren't able to do while you were in a multiplayer game, so you'd have to leave, and it wound up there's so much stuff you had to do all the time, oh wait guys, hold up, you kill like 2 monsters and everyone has to take like a 20-minute break. Like, alright, let's kill 2 more monsters. So I'm really happy to see that they've even further streamlined that. That's really nice. That makes things a lot better. We'll just take medic to be safe. Here you go. There's your other sequence. And those are Calico Palico. Oh yeah, speaking of Palico, what do you bet? Okay, just to be fair. Alright, now. We gotta be fair up in here. Let's get... Oh, whoops. Is it in select? Wait, how do you reorder your buddies again?
Oh, buddies, I'm not sure.
Okay, just a second. I know
Like
it's...
sorting?
Yeah, to swap, because whoever's number 1 is the one that's going to be with you.
Oh, so it's gonna be your, select buddies, and then you just smack the top one.
Oh, psh, there we go. There we go. Got it. All right. So we're going to bring Reginald with us this time. And we need to actually see if we can give him a little bit better stuff. Real fast. All right, Reggie. Let's see here. What do we want you to be rocking? Oh my god, look at that Tigrex Maul. Do you have any idea what you want to kill, Drew?
None.
You want to kill. I gotta do it. Okay, so he needs... Yeah, scales are super common. I'll just trade a couple of those. Ding! Alright. Now let's give Doggo a super puppo hammer. There we go. Oh look, it gave him he got a little flask too. Now he's got a big old hammer and a flask. I love it. That's great. Heck yeah. And yeah, Nocturne, the head chef is great. They're all great. Love them all. I'm tempted. I was looking over, I haven't checked since we upgraded and I got more armor available, but I was looking before we started tonight, and it looked like I could get at least an armor piece of every slot that just had attack up really easily. And I was like, huh. That would be that's never a terrible idea, right? Just go all in on attack damage. Regardless, give me one quick second, Drew. I will be right back. I need to use the bathroom. And I'm back. Mostly.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good to be. Maybe I should go as Dr. Wily for Halloween. I'll bet I can rock a mean Dr. Wily.
What about with Wily Machine?
Oh my god, like build like a little like a suspended thing around me where I've got like a little spaceship and I can push the top up and then go with my eyebrows and then lower it again. Whew, 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 whew. That'd be hilarious. That's a really good idea. Rebuild one of the thank you, Nocturne. Rebuild one of the Wily carts where he's got like the big skull on the front with the open mouth, like the cannon. Just build it around a bicycle. Just ride around downtown like now the world is mine. Gotcha. Oh man, that'd be really funny. Also considered going as Jean-Luc Picard. Cut my hair real close and shave the top of my head where I still have a little bit of fuzz. Though granted, those nice Starfleet uniforms with like the full badge and the decals, not exactly cheap. I would love to have one though. Love the Next Generation uniforms are nice. Not as nice as the original movies, the original series films though. Those are by far my favorite era of Starfleet uniform. They're oh shoot, that's the wrong controller. Gosh darn it. I just activated the dummy. Hopefully that's not going to cause a problem. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to let it cause a problem. Let me deactivate that sucker real quick. I accidentally picked up my Joy-Cons out of Force a Habit, and I activated one of the obnoxious ones that has stick drift.
Ooh.
Yeah, don't want that. Don't want that happening in the middle of a hunt. It's not a good thing. That's why we're not rocking gyroscopic aim, because I don't want to deal with this problem child over all that LDS. Yeah, a little bit too much LDS back in the 60s. LDS, huh? Get in the truck. How did you know Gracie was pregnant? Nobody knows that. Gracie sure the hell does. Who are you? Spock, about those color... Maybe leave the colorful metaphors to me. Star Trek IV, The Journey Home, people. If you haven't, watch it. It's amazing. You will not be sorry. Star Trek IV is truly a wonder. That is definitely my favorite Star Trek film. Alright. So we have Are there any things that you're going for, Drib?
I could probably use more of about everything.
Yeah, can't we all?
Nothing specific. I think Mizu would be a pretty good one because water is pretty weak in the early game, and I think Mizu's probably got the best water stuff for now.
Okay. I'm down.
Cool.
Let's do it. Did I already? Oh, I already ate. That's right. Okay. That's right. Because I had to show off the other actually I guess it's the primary chef because it's or was it this chef? No, it can't be. It was the other. There was like a chef, like a Feline chef out there in the village, right? It's like I trained her and she's really made it her own and it's totally awesome. Actually, it might be this cat over here. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's Otamai is actually like he's like truly the head chef. Pretty sure.
Yeah. She's the one who trains Yamoko?
Yeah. Because and that's what I was wondering because I like when we first played I was like, holy shit! Wait a second, the chef is a human, or well, whatever the human analog in this game is. I'm like that's like the first time it's ever happened. It's always been a Feline, and it's like oh because she's the disciple of Otamai here. He's just over here in the corner observing like a true grandmaster. He's watching all of his cooks go. So this, I guess, this is like the head sous chef back here in the little tree. You can't talk to him, but he seems pretty happy. I love it. And which was it? Was it for you where there was the giant palico? He's like super huge.
The tubby one?
Yeah.
Because World also has a huge one, but it's like buff huge.
No, I mean, well, yeah, like that's like the the muscular cat chef, right? But there was the like the huge tubby one. Because yeah, it must have been for you because that was the fondue, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got like the huge fondue pot in the in the gathering hub, and he's massive. He's like half again or more taller than a hunter, and like 3 times or 4 times wider. Just up there stirring this gigantic pot of cheese, and I'm just like, oh my god. I haven't had like actual real fondue. It's been so long. Oh yeah, no, Otamai is chilling. I mean, in cat years, he's probably way up there. Or he's a savant. Hard to say. You know, serving hunters is such a big deal in Feline culture that it's hard to say. And now, a special treat for all my beautiful bees, we get to go after Bubble Dragon. The beautiful, mystical Bubble Dragon.
You fought it, right?
In this game? Only
Yeah,
in the demo.
In the demo?
And actually, no, I didn't. I did the quest to go after him in the demo, and I never encountered him in the demo. Because I fought other monsters.
Yeah, I remember that was like, we got through Izuchi's, no trouble, like a couple times maybe, and then we go for Mizu, and I start disconnecting.
And you disconnected every time. And then there was one, we tried it like one last time, and you got DC'd like immediately. And then I just like kind of roamed around, and I wound up killing like one of the bird types or something. And then it was like, time out. And I'm like, well. But I never actually even saw him. Mizutsune was just like over yonder looking for that mirror. But yeah, I love Bubble Dragon. Bubble Dragon is pretty monster. Also, I've always found it to be a fun fight in general. And I think it wasn't for you the first appearance of Mizitsune?
Trying to think.
Pretty sure.
It might have been in the third.
No. Well, it wasn't in Try, at least. I know for a fact.
Yeah, there were 3 games in the, third edition?
Okay. But I'm...
Portable third.
At least for me, Mizitsune was, For You, was first. And the reason I remember that is because For You was when Sword and Shield was the absolute most broken. And I had, like, the most insanely absurd support Sword and Shield set of all time that had, like, 10 abilities. And I wound up putting Mizitsune to sleep, like, 7 times in one fight. Because Bubble Dragon is also weak to sleep. Or at least used to be. So not only did I have, like, you know, sleep to status crit, something else, speed setup, combiner, pyro, something, but, like, yeah, Mizitsune was also weak to sleep. So I would just hit it, like, I would hit it, like, 2 or 3 times at the beginning of the fight with, like, a sword, a one-handed sword, and it was out. And it's like, oh, it's asleep. Drop some bombs. Boom! And then we'd fight it for, like, a minute, and it was asleep again. It was great. Does Bubble Dragon still give bubble buffs?
Bubble debuff?
Well, I mean, it always had bubble. It had bubble buffs and debuffs before.
Yeah. Oh, so there's a green bubble. If you get hit by that one, that's a heal.
Okay.
There's a red bubble. I think that
Attack up?
one is an attack up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he has water beam, or whatever it's called. What do they call that in Pokemon? Water gun? Something like that. The Mitsusune is very much Pokemon. Or Pokermans, as I like to call them. Uh-oh, bees, we got a Pokermans. Oh, nice. So somehow I managed to not only not get hit by Mizutsune's spiral attack, but also the only bubble that hit me was the healing bubble. While I was beating on her the whole time in the middle there. That was kind of fun. But yeah, I really love this dragon. She's a cool one. I like that she has like a bubble. Oh, that's new. That was an interesting attack. I was about to say I like that she has like a bubble shield that she casts, where she has like spiraling bubbles around her. Almost like Mega Man's bubble shield. But then she did like a corkscrew unwind water gun attack, and I'm like, ooh, no, I don't like that though. That's a little bit annoying. I also love her little ferret run.
Oh my goodness.
She runs like a ferret sometimes. Is that a knockout? Yes.
Was it?
Yeah. I knocked the hell out of her. Oh, nice! I just got a, that 100 damage there, that was the slime. Or the, not slime, what do they call it? Blast. That was blast definitely. So yeah, there you go. Wait, did you say blue groth? What?
No, we're both blasting.
Oh, you have blast too?
Hell yeah.
Nice! Hell yeah! Yeah, man, that's great. Okay, so bees, the way blast works is it's a stacking debuff. So if you got more than one person in the party that are applying blast, you're going to build it up that much faster. And then when it gets to that critical mass, basically it detonates, right? So since Drew, Nim, and I both are using blast, that means it's going to be happening pretty frequently. Another thing I can say, they've really upped Horn's ability to do element and status effects, because with the way that you use the Horn's ultimate ability now, it hits multiple times really quickly in rapid succession. And in terms of element and status application, that's what you want, right? With Raw, you want bigger, slower hits. But with status and element, you want multi-hit. Oh god. Oh no! Oh shit! I got the bubble dragon combo, Drew. She got me with first she kind of like knocked me back, then she hit me with a bubble, then another bubble, and then a water gun beam.
Damn.
Yeah. Like I got like a water pressure cannon cut in half at the end there. It's like, oh shit. And that's why you don't underestimate Bubble Dragon. Because she can shock you. I wonder if she's still super susceptible to sleep, though. Before I get on tomorrow evening, I might derp around and see if I can really quickly knock out a decent gunner set. Because I would like for us to have a horn and a gun at all times. And aside from the demo, you might be right, Nocturne. What about Badgers? I mean, we don't faint much anymore yet. Remember, we're in low rank. Maybe give it a second. I think that probably like kind of a inverted U command would be a good thing to have in general for all games. Like, wow, that was super close. You know, like I should have died and I didn't. That would probably be a good thing to have for every game. I would say maybe let's wait on eschewing, you know, an actual death counter for this one for now, because I'm going to assume that we are going to die more before long. Normally, there's a point in Monster Hunter out, for sure, where we do die. And sometimes it's real bad. And I'm going to die right now again if I'm not careful. I'm trying very hard to get away from this fucker, but she really wants to finish me off at the moment. And I would like to not die. Also, I need to remember I have a Palamute, not a Palico. So I can, like, ride on them and stuff. Normally at the point where you're making the jump, like, it's like when you're making the jump from low rank to high rank, when you're making the jump from high rank to G rank, and then for a lot of the early part of G rank, you're gonna see a lot of deaths. If you know how to play Monster Hunter and you have an idea of how the game works and you understand a lot of the mechanics, you're probably not gonna die a whole lot in low rank. I haven't died a lot in low rank in Monster Hunter probably since 4U, and even then, I don't really die that much. But, you know. There's no reason to take away a counter, we should just add more. Oh no! Oh my god, that was such a lucky dodge! I almost got decapitated by that laser. I'm really lucky that water beam didn't kill me. Oh, there's piranhas. Oh my god, that was a big bubble. Okay, so she's got a whole lot of new attacks. Like, a whole lot. Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree with you, Nocturne. We should make a new one. And again, I don't think it would just be for this game. I think that's one that we should just have in general. I think that's a really good idea. I think it's a great addition. You're absolutely right. A close call will go very far, I think, in a lot of games. In Monster Hunter, it will certainly be popping up a lot. So the only thing I would have to say about that is that it's going to be a lot of work for some of the moderators, because there are a lot of close calls in this game. But aside from that, I think it's a great idea. Oh my god, she's being super violent. I think they've really really buffed her in terms of, like, aggression. Yeah, and yeah, exactly. That's my only concern, is that, like, I want the moderators to be having fun, and I don't want them to be like, holy shit, I can't keep track of all this, you know? It almost seems like maybe we're gonna have to promote moderators to, like, different positions, where it's like, okay, it's your job to keep track of this, it's your job to keep track of this, it's your job to keep track of this, so that you don't have, like, one person that's like, oh my god, I gotta keep track of puns, Savvy's puns, deaths, close calls, use, like, it's gonna get really out of hand. But I do love that idea. I'm wondering if I need to do more research and see if there's any way that there are any kind of add-on kind of stuff that I can get where I can have, like, certain things at a button press. Like, it's key mapped and I can just hit a button and it, like, does a thing for a counter.
You can probably do that with just a simple macro keyboard.
Oh, they make those, yeah. That's true. They do. They have streamer macro, like, almost like a mouse and, like, tiny keyboard, like an old number pad keyboard. I've seen those. That's maybe what I'm gonna have to look into. Because I don't want my moderators to be like, fuck this shit. Like, I'm done. Yeah, that would be fun if I just had, like, a little pad right here. It had, like, you know, 10 different buttons or 20 different buttons, and each of them was just a different stream command that I could just hit and it would add to a counter. That would be really convenient, and that would make a lot of my mods' jobs a lot easier. And we have some more viable candidates too that are not mods yet. So that we can promote as well to make everyone's jobs easier. Because I never want anyone to feel overwhelmed or to feel like it's a job or anything like that. You know, I want everyone to be having fun. That's the whole point. And I'm very, very grateful to all of you that have helped so much and do spend time moderating, because I know that it gets involved. Yeah, I know, right? And we need to have a soundboard. I've been talking to Sabby a lot about that. The two of us have been joking about how we just need a soundboard that we can program and have a whole bunch of like preloaded stuff in. It would be super fun. Oh my god. Did she just like side strafe across the map shooting a beam forward? Oh my god, that's a big bubble. Oh my god, Drew. Ah!
Oh, also, you can shoot snap bubbles and they'll break.
I mean, yeah, but I'm using a horn, buddy. A little bit slow sometimes, especially on the draw, you know. Ah! Shit, that bubble was even bigger than the last one. Oh, hey. Oh, new blooper. No! Oh, oh god. Oh, no. I need to carve the tail. I'm getting bubble dragon.
Oh, fuck.
I just ran straight into a giant water cannon and got cut in half. I thought she was doing a totally different thing. I thought she was side wiggling away, but she was unwinding while breathing water. And yeah, she just cut me in half with sheer water pressure. Shit. Alright, that's 2 cards. I've died twice. I got decapitated by a water beam, and then I got cut in half by a water beam, so I gotta be super careful. One more and we lose.
Oh, did you get all the Chinese?
No. Well, I got some.
Okay. So if you can make your way to me from the overground, then you can drop in.
Where are you? Okay, I see. Let's see. I have not been to this map, like, I think this is the first time I've been here. Or second. I mean, I think tonight.
Go back a little bit.
Oh, go to the side here.
Right here.
I see you. Okay, great. Gotcha. Oh, hey, wait a second. Reginald. I thought I had Alistar with me. I have Reginald with me. My bad. That means I get to ride. Get on your dogs and ride. Palamute, Palamute. I want to ride my Palamute. I want to ride my pal. There you go. He said it. I said it. I said it in the stream. That was the name of our stream. I said it. What is up with this guy? I found a weird new monster. And she's like doing the backstroke and swimming around and flapping her fins, and she was not happy about me dropping in.
She's kind of fun to fight.
I haven't, yeah, what is she? I haven't fought her yet.
She's like a mermaid.
I mean, yeah. Do you know what her name is?
Somnicamp.
Omnicamp?
Somnicamp.
Oh, Somnicamp.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That makes more sense. It's like Omnicamp? Like all the camps? That sounds dangerous. I don't know if I want to. Oh, I don't know if I want to deal with that. Oh no, I got blinded by something.
Her. That's one of her things. She does attitude.
Oh, I didn't know she was here. I want to get away. Reginald, help! I don't want to fight her. That's not what I signed up for. I think she's probably always skinny dip in Nocturne. She looks pretty thin. Pretty though. Pretty monster. Not as pretty as Mizusune though. Bubble Dragon's gorgeous. Oh, speaking of that, where did we cut her tail? I know we cut it in that room, and I can see it on the map.
Shit, I don't know if I carved it.
I tried to. I was actually trying to get to it when she cut me in half. That's how I died. I was living up to the guild ethos, which was I was like, oh, we cut her tail off. It's right there, and I started running across the map because I thought she was doing something different. But yeah, like I said, she was unwinding while breathing water in a beam, and she just cut me in half because I ran right into it. And that is why. I ran into it going for her tail to carve. And that's why it's Noob Looters Inc. and not Pro Looters Inc. Oh yeah, man, her head fin is huge. She is gorgeous. That's a really cool design. And also, she's about to go after Groob. Thank you for keeping her occupiable, I promise.
Yeah, when
Time to
she
go.
does the wood powder stuff, you near it, you'll figure a monster attacking.
I think it's time for us to leave. Unless you want to kill her.
No, I don't think we've got time in cards.
I don't think we do either. Let's see. Where's our fella? Did we go up here? Zader's blue boy. Okay. Alright, you know what? I think I need my detailed map. Oh, that's cool. I love how Reggie, like, I went to mine some ore, and he crouches down so I can reach it. That's a neat little touch. Okay. So here we have a neat thing. Now you can select just detailed map right here directly in your little action bar and just sit down and pop it up. Okay, so she's all the way up there in 7, and we're all the way down here. Probably if we follow the water, it's going to be the fastest way to get there. Luckily, this time around, Reginald is here to make us get there a little faster. If you have to keep your Drew Boob waiting, don't make him wait long. Also, as all you dog lovers out there know, they like to run. So, it's good for him to get out and, you know, put those paws to the metal there. Probably the most fun he's had since we started this game. Oh my god, look at these waterfalls. Gorgeous! Hey, Bubble Dragon. What's up? Miss me? I'll bet you did. You want to kill me again? I got one more in me. I'm not a fan of her Gradius shield, though. I'm just throwing that out there. New Polishers Inc. Uh-oh! Yeah, I shouldn't have called her out on that one. She's like, you really think this low of me? Oh, my Superman failed me. Damn. So that did like 60% of my HP. That laser. That's why I've been dying. Her water gun does... Oh, it's because I'm wearing a lot of bone arm. I'm wearing bone. I have water weakness. I forgot. I'm weak to water. Derp. So yeah, probably should have done something about that. Wait, didn't I eat for water resistance though? Also, I have resistance +2 for my set. I still have -10 water resist though. Yeah, it's super effective, Nocturne, exactly. So even with resistance up and eating, I still have -10 water resistance. So that's why I keep getting cut in half by water beams. Or, you know, decapitated, dismembered, etc. So I need to be really careful. He's got to be getting close. Uh-oh. Yeah, exactly. Look at her. Look how far away she got hit, and how long it took her to recover from that knockdown. Because that wasn't a knockout, or like a mount. You didn't mount her, did you?
No, that was when they get exhausted. Sometimes they try to attack, and they can't stop. Oh,
right.
Just get out.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, that was just her like being exhausted and falling out, pretty much. Which is like, that's a good sign. I mean, that means typically that they're pretty fucking beat up. I am going to be very careful and try to keep myself topped off though, because she does have the potential to do quite a bit of damage to me, and we are at 2 cards, so I need to make sure that she dies. And I am exactly the kind of hunter that would snatch defeat from the jaws of victory at the very last moment. Especially if she starts doing that, like those scrubbing bubbles, and starts slipping sliding all over the damn place repeatedly. Oh, no, I'm gonna die. Oh, thank God, you just stopped her. Dude, I think you just saved us right there. I'm pretty sure she was about to kill me. I just perfect rolled that laser, too. That was very close. It was like 2 really, really, really close calls back to back. Oh wow, look at that health regen though. That actually is pretty effective. Also, Mermaid just showed up. And that's both good and bad. As long as she's attacking me, it's bad. Which seems to be her focus. Even though Droob is actively beating the crap out of her with Bubble Dragon. And I'm enjoying every minute of it. Yes, I do. Oh, it doesn't keep it was handy for a second. Looks like you really pissed off Mermaid there. She is like, she's going after Mitsutsune. Look at her. Oh, no, she changed her mind. Now she's going that way. For a second there, she was like going after him. And I was like, yeah, get him. Can we hire you? We have fish. Oh, wait, am I going? No, she went this way. Oh, also, I keep forgetting. I have Reginald. I am not used to riding around on a dog. I keep forgetting I can do that. I just need to think about Ghost of Tsushima, since in that game your horse can be summoned from anywhere. I'm gonna keep that in my head that I always have a mount as long as my dog is here. There's our limb. I think she was starting to limp. Oh dear. Made a mistake. Might need help. Okay, I think I'm okay. Whew, thanks for that.
Yeah.
That was a little bit scary there for a second. It looked like she was about to laser me as I was standing up. I dodged that water gun one way, and I dodged it the other. Did you say something about a shotgun over there?
Stop. If you want to bait her into it.
I would love to bait her into it. You know she loves me. Come here, miss. Right here. Oh! No, that's not what I meant. There we go. I am a masturbator. Zader tends to make the best bait. If there are two things that I do very well in a party in Monster Hunter, it's to draw their attention and make sure that everyone else aside from me and my party gets good drops. Aw, giving that puppo some love. Look at that big old puppo grin. That's a happy Reggie right there. I got a rare. Yeah, I got a plate. Mizitsune plate. That's awesome. Hell yeah. My muse and Mizitsune. And what a muse it is. It really is a very elegant dragon. They're pretty. Even their damn bubbles are pretty while they're murdering you. Request completed, 1 can be reported. I'm not entirely sure I understand what that means. What? This guy's a maniac. It's like, it would be a shame to kill that Mizitsune, so I just stuck it up in my house. Where do you live? Oh my god, origami axe? I need inspiration to make my paper crane? Oh my god, we get a fucking origami axe? I might have to switch to switch axe. So if I switch to a switch axe on the Switch, I feel like there's something magical there. Or at least a joke that I'm not quite on. Try switch. It's a lot of switching. Have you played the Switch Axe at all yet, Drib, in this one?
Not yet, no.
I wonder what it's like. Because it got the shit buffed out of it in World, didn't it?
I don't remember. I didn't really play Iceborne.
Yeah, I
think.
Didn't get a lot of Iceborne time either, unfortunately.
I think it's really strong in this one.
I mean, it's never not been really strong. The only thing about Switch Axe was that it was just really basic, but it's always been extremely effective. But I think they fleshed it out a whole lot more in the last 2 iterations. Oh. I just know it was like, it was one of those weapons that was like, yeah, it's like simple as fuck, but it really works. Certainly for like chopping tails. It's like one of the most ridiculous tail chopping weapons of all time. You just sit there and like, what is it, like sword mode? You just swing it back and forth over your head.
Yeah.
Wee, wee. And it's like surprisingly fast and does massive amounts of cutting damage and has extremely high range. And didn't interrupt anything back when that was more of a concern. So you're like, alright, Switch X guy, stand under the butt. You're like, I got this. Whack, 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 whack. Oh, look, I got my chainsaw attack. Stab. Explode. Go back to vertically swinging back and forth. I've always really liked Switch X, though. I thought it was very satisfying. I just haven't played it a whole lot. Like I said, I tend to be the one of our group that branches out and plays the least weapons. Like, I usually only play like 3 to 5 different weapons in each iteration of Monster Hunter. Whereas Droob and Marble Dice and Wanyan typically play like everything. Hopefully in this one I'll be a little bit more prolific with my choices, but the last few iterations I just didn't have as much time as everyone else, and I wasn't able to branch out as much. Is 3-star the end of this rank for us, Droob? Do you know?
I don't actually know if we're in high rank or not. I'm not sure.
I mean, the jump to Maggot Doodle seemed pretty intense, but after that, it doesn't. I mean,
yeah.
In all fairness, Mizutsune did, chop me apart with water twice, but that was my dumbass's fault. I don't really feel like the monsters since then have been like that much more powerful.
But we've gotten drops that are in previous iterations. They've been a high rank thing. So
oh, okay. Well, we might well be in high rank then. The game is in its infancy, so.
I agree. Like, Magnum Allo definitely has like huge damage relative to others.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that monster was extremely violent and destructive and damaging. And then now we seem to be like everything's kind of back to like it went like this giant mountain there, peak, and then kind of leveled out again. However, that said, what's next on our radar?
I messed my sleep schedule up, so I think I actually have to go to bed.
Oh, that is 12:30 our time, so it's probably there. Anyways, I'm just gonna look real quick though and see like what else we got. Oh man,
He's just got full weapons.
Goss Herrig. Well, that's another new one. Bully of the Caverns. Oh, there we go. It's Fuzzy Rex. Anjanath. Nice. Everyone loves Fuzzy Rex. Pimp T-Rex. Of course, Nargacuga. Yep. Rathalos. We took out Rathian, so her mate is mad. We're gonna take him out too. Oh man. He and oh, okay, so no it's not. Ooh. Almerdron? Down and dirty. Oh, was that Muddy Boy?
Yeah.
Oh, of course. Because it's like all mud. All Mudron. Almudron. So that's Mud Dolphin. Almudron. He's actually the most valuable one, it looks like. Of the just one. Okay, Diablos, I guess, is actually tied for that. So all muddy and old Diablo over here, worth quite a bit. Also Tigger, who we also killed. So basically, we've been going through the list and killing the most valuable monsters. it turns out. And I only have one more key quest. You too, I guess. Nice. We only need one more. Due to our impeccable taste. I mean, I would say that, except for the fact that they clearly mark which ones are urgent quests on the side there. Awesome. Well, good stuff, Drew. Thank you very much. That was a lot of fun. We got a lot done. I guess I'm gonna really quickly look. Well, okay, before I do anything, I'm gonna accept more optional quests, because I'll forget that I didn't go back up to 5 if I don't. And yeah, we're just gonna keep it like that. I tend to try to keep those at just killing, because that's something that's always gonna be happening. Killing and collecting certain types of resources. Because then I don't have to think about it. There are some of those optional quests where you're like, oh, I have to remember to do this. Those are ones I don't have to remember to do. They're things I'm going to do regardless, and then I get rewarded for them, so they're that much better. Right? So that's why I don't really, you might be like, it doesn't seem like you're picking intelligent rewards. It's like, well, I'm not looking at the rewards. Honestly, I don't care. I know all the rewards are good. So I'm just focusing on ones I know are going to get done without me having to worry and think about it. All I know is that in this game, they make it much easier to remember to do those. Because in World, you had the whole bounty thing. But you had to go to a different person to select bounties and, like, go through all the bounties. And you had to manage bounties and, like, all this stuff. In this one, it's just, like, the same person that gives you quests is, like, there are also optional quests. So much better. Oh, my God. That may be the greatest quality of life increase in this game. I'm not sure. It's up there. But that made me really happy. That really helps. Because I did not like having like a separate bounty in PC. I would constantly... Marble Dice and Droob both would be like, did you get your bounties? Do you have all your bounties? And I'm just like, no. Did you get the bounty for this? No. They're like, all right, let's get the quest. Go get all these bounties. This. And I'm like, all right, I'm sorry. I forgot. But yeah, so that was something that added in World. So it just never really got ingrained. And it didn't help that you had to go to a totally different person in order to make sure that you were working with those and keeping up on them and getting it done. In this one, they're like, no, these are all quests. Like, give them to the quest person, make it clean, make it easy, make it fast, right? Very, very good game design. Wonderful quality of life. Again, this franchise is amazing. They improve on especially like quality of life stuff in just so many ways every single iteration, it feels like, and it's really impressive. Alright, so really quickly before I log off, I do want to check real fast because what I would like to do is start designing a gunner set as well, because like I said, I don't really care if we're doing, I don't care if I'm the one playing Hunting Horn or if I'm the one playing Status Guy or whatever. I just care that we have it. So if anyone else wants to play Horn, that's great. I just want to make sure that I have another good kind of fallback so they can do the Horn thing and I can do something else that we need as well. And it looks as though some of these early gunning sets are really good. Let's see here. I'm trying to remember what's what here. There's a couple of sets in particular I saw that I was like, holy crap, man, that's some really these are really impressive buffs for this early on.
Tetradon has one.
The
One or
Tetra.
two. Kappa.
Okay. Well, and like even Banabra. Let's see, what is it? Let me switch. Recoil down. So okay, so Banabra Hat has recoil down. That's a good one, depending on which weapon you're using, right? Some bowguns require recoil down, some don't. Evade extender is very good, especially for heavy bowgun. Oh, and ammo up. So Rogi has evade extender level 2 and ammo up level 1. Those are notable. Quick sheath, depending, can be really good for heavy bowgun. Yeah, I don't care about those. Oh, here we go. Normal rapid up, special ammo boost. This Tetradon or Tetranodon. So Tetranodon has a couple of really good bowgunning things. Where is... I swear I had another one that was like, oh shit, that's like a lot of really good abilities. Volvidon also has Evade Extender. Evade Extender is also really good for Horn. I should be looking into some of that for my Horn set as well. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Puke. It's got special ammo boost and spare shot. Those are both amazing. Bubbly dance? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a second. What the hell is bubbly dance?
When you roll 3 times, you get a buff, and it counts as like Constitution level 2, and like Evasion level 2 maybe.
Reduces bubble blight, grants increased evasion when inflicted. Huh. Level 1 reduces the effects of major bubble blight. Level 2 reduces major bubble blight to minor bubble blight and increases evasiveness while afflicted. Level 3 also increases bubble blight when performing consecutive evasive movement. Okay. That's interesting. So if you want to really punk Bubble Dragon, you're like, I'm gonna rock in here Bubble Dance, and I'm gonna play the Bubble Dance with you, Bubble Dragon. I built this set just for you. Because there's no one else that does Bubble Blight, right?
Well, that's the thing. Level 3, you can cause it to yourself.
By doing consecutive evasive movements.
Yeah, and then
Right.
it's not going to make you slide anymore, and it's also going to give you, like, Constitution, so your stamina is depleted less when you're dashing or dodging.
Have you
and
ever...
It also...
And it also...
I used it in the older generation.
Okay.
And I thought it was fun, but I don't know if it's worth building around.
Yeah. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I had a set in 4U that used it when it was new. But but it was just because I just happened to be able to do it. And I don't recall it being good or bad. But I can't imagine, like, intentionally building a set around it. That it almost seems vestigial. You know what I mean? I
mean, I don't know. I like combo skills. I like that they offer different options. I mean, I don't think it would be something I'd invest too much into.
Sure.
Aside for funds, like, because I think her set usually looks good.
Yeah, no, her set is awesome looking, I think. I just think it's kind of funny. It seems like one of those things that, You know, because before the world changes to skills, you had to have thresholds like 10, 15, 20, 25. And you really had to be squeezing every last point. So it almost feels as though Bubble Blight fit a lot better there. Whereas now it's like, well, I mean, you know, now it's easy to get like at 20 abilities on your armor or something stupid, but they're all level 1. But why would you ever go for level 3 Bubble Blight? Or Bubbly Dance. I don't know. It's weird. I don't understand why you would ever build towards level 3 of it.
There are people that play with only whole armor sets.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fair. I like options. I like giving people options, so I don't have a problem with it. I guess they just want... But then again, like... But is that what it does?
I think I'm gonna make her set just to see how it works out.
But that's the thing, is like, I mean, you could do the whole set. I guess it only... Okay, then you'd only need to slot 1 gem. If you built her entire set, you'd have level 2 Bubble Blight. You need 1 more Bubble Dance to finish it. Like,
it might be a while before we get to making that.
Yeah, well, I mean...
I don't think I have.
I'm just trying to understand the logic of the ability. It's like, even if you were to build the entire Mizitsune set, you would still need to slot 1 more point of Bubbly Dance in order for it to hit level 3.
If we are in low rank, the high rank might have all 3 in like maybe 2 pieces.
Okay, well that would change things then. But yeah, at least for now, it's like, well, you can't even get level 3 from just building the whole set. But you can get level 2, so as long as you're fighting Mizitsune, you're not going to have any issues. But if you want to trigger it on yourself, then you're going to need a little extra there, a little dash of splash. More evade extender, and Tigrex, of course. Oh wow, the Tigrex set yields level 3 earplugs and level 3 bludgeoner. Holy shit. Wow. Oh man. Oh my god, the Tigrex bracers just straight give level 2 bludgeoner. That is some pretty sick early game gear, because a lot of your stuff only has yellow.
Bludgeoner 3 is even for green.
Yeah, for green, right. And yeah, dude, you can get Bludgeoner 3 just straight up from the Tigrex. If you just build the Tigrex mail and the Tigrex bracers, or braces, then you have Bludgeoner 3. And earplugs level 1. Just from those 2 pieces. That's really good. That's really good early game setup. And the Tigrex coil has another level 1 earplug, so you'd have level 2 from those 3 together. Just building these right here would be level 2 earplugs and level 3 bludgeoner. That's pretty nice. Yeah, there's some good stuff for considering that we're like either late low tier or very, very babies in high. Those are some pretty good layouts and abilities there. But yeah, there's some really cool stuff early on with elements and with like special ammo up and like spare shot and a bunch of other stuff like that that really is, you know, normally you would not see those kind of like gunning skills quite this early, even in World, which did make them come earlier than one is used to. They made them even earlier, it seems, in this one, which is really great. Like, why not? You know? Also, gunners... It used to be that gunners had a totally separate set of armor. Like, you'd have like, what do they call it? Was it just called Hunter for the melee guys?
No, Blade Master.
Oh, Blade Master, that's right. So they're all hunters, of course. That's why I was like, why do they just call them Hunter? Blade Master and Gunner. And then basically Gunner's armor value was like half of a Blade Master's. But they took that away in World. And there's just Gunner abilities and Blade Master abilities, but the armor quality in terms of defense value is based on the monster itself and how tough it is, I guess. So that's kind of cool. I'm glad they did that, because I thought it was kind of silly that Gunners had like ridiculously low defense compared to Blade Masters. Especially heavy bow gunners, it's like, why? They certainly don't seem to have low defense. Look how slow they are. Especially until like the last two iterations where heavy bowgunners were like walking turrets. It almost feels like every step they took should have shook the world and vibrated your controller, because they're so damn slow and deliberate when they move. They made them much faster. But heavy bowgunners are so much more mobile now compared to what they used to be like 2 generations ago. It's absurd. Now they can do all kinds of stuff. But yeah, anyways, sweet, dude. Well, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to end the stream and I'm going to log out because it's almost 1 in the morning. And I know you're exhausted too. Thank you so much. It was a lot of fun. And we got a lot done. I'm excited.
It has been a blast. Thanks for hunting.
Literally a blast over those last couple.
Uh,
All kinds of blast damage up in here. Love it. Oh, yeah. And, for all you beautiful bees out there, we will be back tomorrow, and we're going to be doing more hunting. Eventually, we are going to have to go, and we're going to have to finish Mega Man. We're going to do Mega Man 11 again. We got to do Ghost of Tsushima more. We got to finish that game because it's beautiful and amazing. The problem is, Monster Hunter is kind of where it's at. And we've been waiting forever for Rise, and it's here, so we're going to be hunting for a while. And that means tomorrow we're going to be right back here on Monster Hunter Rise. So we shall see you then. And in the meantime, thank you all so much. Love and peace.